child, slightly older child, from say about 7, 8, they can have a little bit more of an understanding of the social distancing.
And the argument that early years education is vital to underpin the rest of your child's education.
Yeah, absolutely. But as I say, children of 4, they'll pick up quickly. They'll, people think they're going to miss out. They're not going to miss out. They'll learn, and it won't matter if they do, miss some of their time at school. I would think it's far more beneficial for a child, just for the sake of a month of getting them back to school, to be at home, have the freedom at home, be themselves, and to be able to express themselves with no pressure and no confusion. But that's my opinion. So what it's worth.
Do you think? It's worth a lot. You've worked in that field. You know school settings and young children better than I do. Are you convinced at all by the caller earlier on who thought that it might be something to do with youngest children, typically youngest parents, therefore more resilient to this disease, build up a bit of immunity and deal with, getting people back to work?
It could well be, but then we're sort of experimented on young children. Just, I'm not looking at, I'm not seeing the situation, I suppose, like lots of people that protecting a child from coronavirus. I'm wondering what the situation, how it will affect them just over a month's period something that is set up, which is not their normal day's routine when they're at school, that they've actually learned already. And I just feel it's being taken away from them. I'd just love to hear somebody come on who knows a lot more than what I do, about the psychological effects, of a child of that age to be at school.
Well, we will do that for you, Jill. It's a very good idea. Get a child psychologist on. Yeah, and talk to them about it. Jill, thank you for your call. Calling from Kent.
Oh, wait, hang on. No, it's not really front page.
dates. He says the country will not follow England, but will instead be guided by science. Government advisers and unions have been meeting to discuss plans for a phased return of pupils to schools in England next month. Number 10 says there are no plans to provide PPE to teachers or students. Another 384 people in the UK who tested positive for coronavirus have now died, bringing the total to 33,998. It's emerged only 1,500 people have been taken on by the government to work as contact tracers out of a promised 18,000. They're being employed to track down those who've met infected people and warn them to self-isolate to prevent the virus spreading further. The Northern Ireland Secretary, Brandon Lewis, says they're still sifting through 15,000 applications.
We want to get more than 15,000 we had applied as of yesterday. As we start to get that recruitment process moving through, it can move quicker and quicker. Make sure we've got the right people with the right skills ready to train them to be able to take on this job, which will be so important as we go forward.
The UK's chief negotiator says there's been very little progress made during trade talks with the European Union. David Frost says the EU is insisting on proposing rules that would keep Britain tied to EU laws or standards. The officials have now finished the third round of discussions. In the city a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading up 90 points at 58.31. The pound buys $1.21 and €1.12. And the weather, showers in the north tonight, but clearer further south with a low of 5. Many areas dry with sunny spells tomorrow, cloudier further north with a high of 15. From Global's newsroom, you're up to date.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Eddie Mair.
Hello, between now and 6, Claire Barrett will be here with news for self-employed people. Simon Marks reflects on another lively week for Donald Trump. And, of course, we'll bring you the Downing Street News Conference live and in full from 5 o'clock. Earlier in the week, we talked about going back to school, and we heard from parents and from teachers. I want to talk more about this now because since we last spoke about it, the pressure seems to be increasing on teachers to get back to work. And if you're a teacher, I want to hear from you. The plan in England is for this to happen by June the 1st. That's 2 weeks on Monday. There is no such plan, no timetable at least, for Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. In England, the plan is that children in reception classes year 1 and year 6 could go back, nurseries too, that older children of secondary school age would not go back as before, but could get face-to-face time with their teachers. The Westminster government hopes that all primary-age children could be back at school before the summer break, hopefully for as long as 1 month. Secondaries wouldn't go back properly until September. That is the hope, all dependent on whether those steps are judged to be safe. But as I say, there is increasing pressure on teachers to take part and get back to work. And if you're a teacher, of course, some teachers have not stopped working, but if you've been at home for these last few weeks, I want to hear what your personal view is of going back, and also your personal view of this pressure. 0345 60 60 973. Teachers' unions
I have no interest in buying followers. Thanks.
seeking assurances that it will be safe to open schools again. The National Education Union says teachers and parents need to be clear about the level of safety. But you may have heard the former Education Secretary for Labour, David Blunkett, accusing teaching unions of working against the interest of children. Current Education Secretary for England, Gavin Williamson, wrote in the Daily Mail today, all of us in education have a duty to work together to get children back to school. A duty to work together to get children back to school. If you're a teacher, what do you think your duty is right now? 0345 60 60 973. The journalist Isabel Oakeshott wrote on Twitter yesterday, quote, "Tonight, thousands of teachers will clap for the NHS. Time for teachers to show the same bravery. The risk in schools is nothing like the risk in hospitals. Millions of children need teachers to step up." So what about you? Are you keen to get back to work, not too worried about the virus? Is your concern as much for your pupils as for you and your colleagues? What reassurances do you need? What's your view of the risk? Should it take bravery to work in a classroom? More bravery than usual, I mean. Does this call to do your duty and step up, does it fill your heart with pride or fill your mouth with a nasty taste? 0345 6060973. We're going to talk about this throughout the hour. Alan Wilson is the president of the Institute for Biomedical Science, and I'm very glad you could join us, Alan, because this assertion that the risk in schools is nothing like the risk in hospitals, what do you make of it?
Theoretically, it's correct. I mean, I suspect if you're comparing the risk to frontline nurses and doctors working with patients with known COVID as opposed to teachers teaching children, then yes, the risk to the teachers is less. I don't think that's arguable. That's fairly clear. But that's it. I think there are other issues beyond that risk. I mean, that's a fairly simple risk assessment to do. I think that would be different, and the risk would be greater in that clinical setting. However, I think the risk there is that what we don't know yet about, and there's not enough evidence about, is how this disease is transmitted. We know it doesn't seem to, young children do not seem to develop the symptoms of COVID to anything like the extent of older people, but effectively we don't know yet about what the powers of transmission are from young children.
And it's the transmission that would be of primary concern?
Yes. I think that's it, and it's not just you could make the argument about teachers could wear PPE and put in social distancing and mitigate the risk from contracting from those children. But I think the other issue you have to think about is transmission between children, and then if those children are going back to the parents or to the carers or to the grandchildren potentially, what the risk then of transmitting the disease then is then. We don't know enough about this disease yet, about how it's transmitted. We have gaps in our knowledge, particularly around about why it does not impact on children as much as it does adults. And also we don't know whether even some people seem to be able to have the disease but potentially not transmit. So until we have that evidence base, I think there is still a risk here that is very difficult to quantify.
And that being understood, and understanding also that there cannot be 100% safety, do you think there might be measures which could be introduced to lower the risk significantly enough to make enough teachers happy?
Potentially, I'm not a teacher and I wouldn't like to speak on their behalf, but potentially I think on all these occasions that you can usually put risk measures in place. So again, I come back to the point that I think for the risk is probably you could mitigate the risk to the teachers from transmission from their students, from their pupils. I think what's more difficult to mitigate is potential transmission from child to child and then back to whoever is looking after them in their home environment. That's much more difficult to quantify, much more difficult to put in a risk to risk assess and to put in steps to reduce that risk.
Thanks so much, Alan Wilson, President of the Institute for Biomedical Science. What can we learn from other European countries about getting people back in school? LBC's Mike Hughes has been taking a closer look. Mike?
Yeah, and the challenges around reopening schools, Eddie, appear to be fairly universal. Now, you can see why governments around the world want to reopen schools. Not only are there the obvious educational benefits for the pupils, but there's clearly benefits for parents as well. But it's also seen as a symbolic sign that countries are moving through the lockdown and are coming out the other end of it, and the country is starting to reopen. And as England now moves closer day by day to reopening schools next month, let's just have a look at how some of the measures are in place around other countries, particularly in Europe. In France, most schools have reopened this week with the use of face masks. Social distancing is in place. Markers and lines are on the floor to help enforce that, but there are challenges there, like anywhere, in getting children to adhere to social distancing. Now, some teachers in France have also raised concerns about the practicality of all of this in terms of space. One school in a suburb of Paris is now reportedly using its school gym to hold staff meetings because the staff room is too small and they're struggling to stay apart. Now, last week, several mayors in and around Paris said all of this was moving too fast. It is early days for France. We'll have to see if any of those concerns are well-founded. Now, in Denmark, schools reopened last month when here in the UK we were still moving through the peak of the epidemic. But there, instead of trying to keep children apart, they're actually trying to keep them together, albeit in small groups. So instead of children trying to mix with larger groups, they are to stay in the groups of around 3 or 4 in almost like a protected bubble. So by staying in smaller contact. There is reducing the urge to try and see a wider group of people, and these small groups arrive at the same time. They have lunch together, so very much applying the same concept that we see here of only mixing with your own household, but applying it in a school setting. Now, in Greece, the thinking there is instead of trying to prioritise primary school children, they should be looking at those in their final year and getting them back into the classroom. And the fear is there that they have more to lose, less time to make up lost ground. And that's what's happening there. But again, with staggered arrival times and children returning to school on different days. So as you can see, the challenges are all very much the same, fairly universal. The virus is indiscriminate in that way, but lots of different approaches, Eddie, in play to try and meet those challenges head on.
Mike, thank you. LBC's Mike Hughes. As I say, there is a meeting going on now between teaching unions and the government's scientific advisors. Julie McCulloch is the Director of Policy at the Association of School and College Leaders. Welcome to the programme. How are you?
I'm very well, thanks, Eddie. How are you?
I'm well, and I know your General Secretary, Jeff Barton, is in this meeting. What sort of assurances do you and your colleagues want to hear?
Yeah, I think the first thing to say is that so we represent 19,000 school and college leaders around the UK. Our members are desperate, really, to get more people back into school as soon as it's safe. You know, we know that they've been providing, in many cases, exceptional remote learning to children while they've been at home, but that's not the same, we all recognise, as having them in the classroom. So they really want to get kids back into school, but they're also really worried about the risks that this poses to the children themselves, to staff, and to their families. And I think what's concerning is the lack of clarity, really, around the science behind the decisions that the Department for Education and government have made about bringing children back into school. So what we really need to see is much more about what is the evidence behind the decision that it's been safe to do that, and what modelling has the government done to reassure children, parents and staff in schools that this is as safe as it possibly can be.
We'll wait to see the outcome of the meeting. If there is satisfaction, if there is the science that you want, do you think June the 1st, all other things being equal, is a goer as far as restarting schools is concerned?
June 1st is really challenging. So we've said all along that we think schools need at least 3 clear weeks in order to plan for opening. So although in some ways they have had 3 weeks, the Prime Minister made the announcement on Sunday night that was going to happen on 1st of June, which is 3 weeks' time, but there are still huge numbers of uncertainties. There's been much more guidance has come out of the Department for Education over the course of this week, some of which has been very helpful, some of which perhaps less so. But that does mean that we really haven't had those 3 clear weeks in order to plan. So school leaders are doing the absolute best that they can to work through all of that guidance, to work with their senior leadership teams and with their teachers, to discuss all of this with their government bodies, and to be as ready as they possibly can be to open at the point when the government decrees that it's safe. But what's been very clear, what we've said clearly to our members, and what I think is important to understand is that for every single school is different. Every school will have different circumstances, different risks that they're trying to manage. And what needs to be the case is that for every school, they need to do the detailed risk assessment for their own circumstances, and they need to feel comfortable that they are ready to open the school to more children on the 1st of June, and that they're as confident as they can be that that'll be safe.
Good to hear from you. Thank you. Julie McCulloch, Director of Policy at the Association of School and College Leaders, one of the organisations in a meeting right now with the government scientific advisors. And this hour I want to hear from you if you are in teaching. You've heard, we've talked a bit about the science, some of the concerns of the Association of School and College Leaders. What about you? Because it does come down to your personal choice as to what you do next. 0345 6060 973. Let's get the news now. Here's Tim Humphrey.
The Education Secretary has met teaching unions and the Chief Medical Officer to discuss ways to get schools up and running again from next month. Analysis of new infection rates indicates that different areas of England could ease coronavirus lockdown measures at different times. The congestion charge for vehicles in London is to be reinstated on Monday and be increased to £15 a day in June. And the weather, showers in the north tonight, but clearer further south with a low of 5.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Goff. Usually High Street is closed in both directions after there was a fire in a building earlier between St Matthew's Church and the library in Useley. In Watford, Brookdean Avenue is closed both ways in South Oxley, that's because of an accident. In Bethnal Green, the traffic lights on Hackney Road aren't working at Cambridge Heath Road, so it's slow on the approaches. A sinkhole has opened up in Wandsworth on Putney Bridge Road southbound, so there's a lane closed at the A3 Armoury Way. In Westminster, the traffic lights on Whitehall aren't working at Great Scotland Yard. And on the Tube, the Circle and Waterloo and City lines stay suspended.
This is LBC.
At the Halifax, we're all working together to be there for you.
If you haven't used online banking from your computer or mobile, we wanted to let you know that it's safer and easier than you might think.
We have step-by-step guides online to help you get started. And we'll keep an eye on your account and warn you about scams.
To find out more about online banking, visit halifax.co.uk/aboutonline.
Terms and conditions apply.
So, however you need us, at the Halifax,
we're here to help.
Call Eddie Mair 0345 6060 973 LBC.
This is an important update from the government about coronavirus. We all need to stay alert so we can control the virus and reduce the risk of infection. To stay alert, you must remain at home as much as possible. Work from home if you can. Limit your contact with other people. If you have to go out, keep your distance from others, 2 meters apart where possible. Continue to wash your hands regularly. Do not leave home if you or anyone in your household has symptoms. Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
When your tenants have a burst pipe, superheroes crashing through the wall isn't going to help anyone. With Direct Line Landlord Emergency added to your policy, we're on it to send a rather super plumber in 4 hours and guarantee they'll use the doorbell. We can also assemble locksmiths, glaziers, electricians and drainage engineers. Search Direct Line Landlord Emergency. We're on it. Direct Line. Residential properties. Optional add-on up to 1,500 per call-out. Extreme weather conditions may extend response time. Underwritten by UK Insurance Limited.
At Morrison's, discover our new summer barbecue and steak bars with 100% British meat. Get British rump steak for £7.50 per kilo. That's just £1.71 for an 8-ounce steak. Our butchers will cut it to order just the way you like it. Morrison's. Let's make summer. Majority of stores subject to availability. Excludes online.
This is a message from the government about the emergency measures to support the economy during the period of disruption caused by the coronavirus. To help you, your business and your workers affected, you can apply for cash grants, business rate holidays, statutory sick pay relief packages, as well as the coronavirus job retention and self-employment income support schemes. For information, go to gov.uk/business-support now.
Eddie Mair on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
If you're a teacher, are you ready to go back to school? Talks are taking place right now between teaching unions and the government's scientific advisors. Do you consider it safe? I mentioned earlier in the programme, by the way, I used the expression something like, are you ready to go back to work? And this text quite rightly points out that all teachers have been working, not some, unless they're ill. Those not in school have been setting remote learning. It's not getting back to work, as we haven't stopped. Quite right. Getting back to school, though, is a different matter. Some schools, of course, have remained open and are doing so for the children of essential workers. But a more widespread return in England is being talked about in the categories I mentioned earlier from June the 1st. If you're in the profession, what would you do? Lots of parents, of course, concerned about this. This text says I have a 10-year-old son who's doing his best, but I'm so worried that his absence is going to have affected his results. He's doing the work that's set for him, but it's no substitute for his teaching. However, I think schools should remain closed as all the staff will be put at further risk. The government need to give parents confidence that other measures will be considered and the GCSEs will not just be exam-based. Alison is in Dorset. Alison, welcome. I know you're a teacher. Tell me about what you've been up to lately.
Hi, I'm a teacher in a special school in South Dorset. I teach children with complex needs, and we've been looking after the children of key workers through the pandemic.
And how's that been? Because I presume you've got fewer people than usual. Has that been easy?
We're on a reduced timetable. We're limited to small groups of students, and we're socially distancing them as much as is possible in a special school, which is very, very, very challenging. We've reduced staffing because some of our staff have got underlying health conditions, which are isolating at home as well. Our main aim is to look after the students after the key workers, but we've also been key in being in touch with support students at home. And none of the teachers wanted this to happen. We miss our kids enormously. We're invested in what we do. And it's a dedication. It's a vocation teaching. We don't do it for the money. So we really want them to get back, but we want them to be safe, and we need not to be rushed and done in a shoddy way. We need to make sure that it is done properly.
You're in a very useful position to advise on the basis of personal experience what a more full-throated return to school might be like. What have you learned? I mean, you talk about the difficulty of social distancing. What do you think?
Well, I'll be honest, we've been recently, since the government guidelines came out as to what we've got to do to put into place the 1st of June, it's made us realise that actually we weren't really guided properly in the first place to how to manage them during the pandemic. So we've been clueless as well as teaching them and occupying them and keeping them happy and allaying their fears. I think anxiety is the big thing that we're witnessing with students who are extremely anxious about the whole idea that we have to watch what they touch and who they touch and who they're near, and that just makes the situation very, very, very complex. And for our guys, it can affect behaviours. And it's also the staffing as well, and it's all the media. I think it was really, really good to hear you say about schools being open, because there are an awful lot of teachers out there who are getting this kind of bashing, you're not doing anything, there's a lot of work going on in the background. We're kind of getting ready because we know that when the time comes for the lockdown to release and gradually for things to return to a semi-kind of normal, we know that there's going to be a huge level of work for us to do, and so we're kind of girding ourselves, if you know what I mean, to get ready for that.
How does Friday feel to you?
Friday, well, I'll be honest with you, I'm home. I just drove home. I'm about to take some sunshine, but I've got my laptop with me, and on Monday I'm not meant to be in with the students. I'm working from home, and the first thing I would do is get up and sign on and check my emails and contact the parents. To be honest, that's what I've been doing. Contact my students and its parents, and if there's anything they need, then I've been trying to send that to them. And some schools have been doing remote learning, and it's extremely exhausting. That's a totally new way of working, and I actually think the profession has stepped up in a big way, and I think a lot of parents are feeling distraught, and they're beside themselves, quite understandably so. I don't know all of this. I really don't know. I've got the answer to this. I keep saying this is unknown territory. All we can do is our best. I know that the unions are wanting to make sure it's not rushed. The science is right around infection. We don't know whether this thing is transmitted by children or not. We don't know necessarily what the science is. 1 minute says one thing, the next minute they say something else.
Alison, thank you very much for the work you're doing. I hope you have at least some time for yourself this weekend. Mohammed is next in Redbridge. Hi, Mohammed. How are you?
Hi, Eddie. Great. How are you?
I'm good. Now tell me about what you do and how it's been this week.
Well, I'm a teacher in near Redbridge. I'm a science teacher. This morning we had a meeting trying to arrange GCSE grades and discussing how we're going to rank students, etc. We had a Microsoft Teams meeting for about 10 staff all at once. Now, a lot of these new struggles we're trying to overcome just to make sure that we are trying to support the government and people through this difficult time.
What do you feel about the prospect of getting back to something like the old way of teaching?
I mean, some of my colleagues are still at work. When I saw one of them in the Microsoft Teams, one of my senior leadership team was at work, and I could see the background of the classroom, and I miss being in the classroom. I love being in the classroom. I've been in the classroom for the past about 15 years now, and I love being in the classroom. And just seeing the classroom in the background, I really miss being there. But in our school, what happened is just before the lockdown started, I remember helping in the English department because a lot of the English teachers were starting to starting to like take time off, probably self-isolating. Obviously, we didn't really know what was going on, and I remember covering some of the lessons. And then just a few weeks back, we heard news that one of the members of our team, the English teacher, she passed away due to COVID-19, which was very sad. I mean, I actually haven't been at this particular school for a very long time, and so I didn't really know her very well. But a lot of the teachers have a slight somber mood about the whole thing.
As a man of science yourself, what reassurance can science offer you in science?
I mean, I think just before the whole lockdown, I was always reminding my students that just to make sure that they feel confident, because a lot of the students were starting to panic, and just remind them that it is like a normal standard flu. You will get standard symptoms of a normal flu. It's just unless you've got really underlying conditions that you would be in a more high risk group. So just giving them that reassurance to make sure that they don't feel like it's a huge thing that's coming along. So just to make sure our students are reassured, that was important to us.
Mohammed, thank you very much to you too. Let me bring in Sadan Moynihan to the conversation, CEO of Paris Federation, the biggest academy chain in London, 22 primary schools. Welcome to you. What do you think the risk to pupils and teachers is of going back to school?
We're told by government that the evidence seems to be that younger children have a lower risk of spreading the disease, and that their symptoms are much less likely to be serious. So it seems that the evidence is less. But of course, the risk of children not returning to school for a long period is also something that needs to be balanced against that in terms of loss to their education, in terms of the disadvantage gap for children from poorer backgrounds opening up, and indeed the problems that creates for parents who can't easily return to work, and whether or not they'll have jobs at the end of this.
Tell me what your plan is.
We will open, or try to open our primary schools across London on June the 1st. We've got 48 schools, round half are primary schools, and we'll be bringing in nursery children, year 1, year 6, which is roughly about half of the schools.
So are they all from school, all the children?
We will be inviting all of the kids from those year groups in, and we intend that they will be taught in maximum groups of 15, because the schools will be half empty. We'll split those classes. I'm sure some parents will be wary, and we might not have full or good attendance to start with, but it will improve over time.
How do you maintain social distancing?
We've got a range of things that we're planning to do, which will include talking to children and telling them and explaining to them about why this is important. We'll have different start times for classes. They'll arrive at different times. They'll end at different times. The classes will effectively be a sealed unit with an adult throughout the day, not interacting with others. So they won't go to the canteen for lunch. They'll be provided with a packed lunch, which they'll eat in their classrooms. We'll have hand sanitizers and sinks rigged up outside the schools for people to wash as they come in. And we'll do deep cleans regularly each day. It isn't entirely possible for the youngest children to completely socially distance, but we'll be organising the classrooms so that desks are 2 metres apart, and instead of the usual kind of group activity that the youngest children have, they'll be sitting at desks separately.
I wanted to ask you about the mayhem of playtime particularly for those younger children. What on earth's going to happen there? Or can you keep them indoors all day? That sounds pretty bad too.
Exactly. I mean, we don't intend to keep them indoors all day, but it will be possible with a limited number of youngsters to stagger the break times and delineate the playgrounds so that particular groups of 15 with their teacher will be out there at different times of the day in a designated area. So we think we can manage that pretty well.
How much of a strain is this on you and your colleagues? I mean, you have your regular job to do, which is challenging enough, and now you've got all of this.
I mean, there are people working in supermarkets providing food to us, taking some risk. People in the NHS, our staff at Harris have been working since the lockdown, providing education to the children of key workers and vulnerable youngsters in the schools throughout Easter and bank holidays. And the others have been working at home providing online education. That's actually been really hard work. So even though there's some background noise from some of the professional associations and unions about not returning, I think there are a number of teachers who want to get back working with youngsters because they enjoy it.
Who knows how long this will last? Not least because secondary schools and so on, that's a whole different kettle of fish, and schools in Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland not ready to go back yet. Do you worry, I know it's always a background concern, you've articulated it already, what the effect on these children's long-term development might be, not just their education but also their mental health? We just don't know, do we?
We don't, and it's a completely new and different situation. So one of the things, what we're aware of, youngsters will be exposed to all sorts of things while at home. Some homes, unfortunately, are not conducive places, and some youngsters will be better off in school. Youngsters have been exposed to parents worrying and having financial stress, domestic violence, all sorts of problems. So that will widen the disadvantage gap, which is already a problem in this country, and it's unacceptable. And we exist as a group of schools to do something about that. So the first thing we're doing that's different and new is we will be training all of our 4,000 staff in the coming weeks in something called a trauma-informed approach to mental health. So every staff member will learn about this approach to talking to youngsters and getting them to articulate the things that have upset them and stressed them, rather than have them act that out in challenging behaviour. And then we'll have designated teams in each school to work with children and youngsters to undertake this technique and to try and get behind some of the problems that otherwise would be displayed in behaviour. And of course, all learning and all success is based on having a kind of sound level of mental health. So we'll be working on that first before we do anything else.
I wish you well, you and your colleagues with your work. Sedan Moynihan, CEO of Harris Federation, and in Surrey, says, I used to be a teacher and very relieved I'm not anymore. If I were still, I surely didn't sacrifice myself to a mistake. Their track record so far in this pandemic is positive. Why would teachers trust them now if they love their students? Well, we'll wait to see that from another meeting. What's going on between teaching unions and the scientists? As I speak, we'll report back as soon as we know anything. Now, here's the LBC News from Tim Humphrey.
The Education Secretary says getting children back to school is vital for their educational development. Gavin Williamson has held a meeting with teaching unions to discuss how the government plans to get classrooms up and running again next month. Analysis from Cambridge University could lead to different parts of England coming out of lockdown at different times. It's highlighted a divide in the number of new infections of COVID-19 cases, with 24 a day in London, more than 4,000 in the northeast. Pubs could have to pour away 70 million pints of beer after being forced to close in March. The British Beer and Pub Association says even if they can reopen on July the 4th, much of what's in storage will have gone off. Some of it has been used to create organic fertiliser or reused as animal feed. And the weather, showers in the north tonight, but clearer further south with a low of 5.
Rachel Johnson on LBC.
I look around and every day I see another country come up with some plan. I understand why we're doing this, but we won't forget the rules just because Because we know if and when they might be lifted. We're adults.
Rachel Johnson.
The reason your numbers are still quite high is because you're having such a soft lockdown.
David, can I just say something? So you think that we've got to have a wartime mentality?
This evening from 6, Rachel Johnson on LBC.
And now we go live to Tyrrell Farm. When it comes to making truly tasty crisps, the folks here in Herefordshire are masters at their craft. Every batch of local spuds is thickly sliced, then hand-cooked with their skins on to give them their characterful curls and extremely satisfying crunch. These nifty curls also ensure every last sprinkle of seasoning stays on the crisps, and not in the bag. So, why not treat yourself to a pack of Tyrrells? They're terribly tasty.
Hello? What was that, Dad? Hello? Dad, I can't even hear you, man. I didn't get it, Dad. I meant... Hello? You want to answer me back? I'll answer you back.
Tired of bad connections? Enjoy great quality calls with Boss Revolution, the international calling app. Download the Boss Revolution app today and get £2 free call credit.
Across the nation, we've been discovering loads of new ways to get moving around the home. Why not join in? Join the lounge lunging, the 1-2 punching, and the star jumping while the spaghetti's on the hob. Don't let that water boil over. Join the impromptu dance parties happening over the phone. And the just 5 more minutes of playing astronauts and aliens in the garden. Join the chair dips, the leg lifts, and the just shaking things out for a bit, happening all across the country. Join the movement to see where you can get moving, search stay and work out.
Landlords, is your property empty? Are you struggling to find tenants? Then speak to Fine Fair, London's rent guarantee company. Fine Fair will guarantee your rent for 1 to 5 years, with no commission, no management fees, no voids. Join the thousands of landlords already guaranteeing their rent in London and surrounding areas. Visit finefair.com, because in uncertain times, nothing's guaranteed, except your rent. Paid on time, every time. Subject to acceptance, T's and C's apply.
This is the Eddie Mac Show on LBC. Text 84850.
Got some breaking news on the R rate, the rate we've all become mini experts on. It was, we were told, between 0.5 and 0.9. The government needs it to be below 1. Mike has news of that in just a second. The business news ahead, also Donald Trump's week. Simon Marks, our US correspondent, has that. And before 5 o'clock, we'll look ahead with Matthew Thompson to tonight's Downing Street briefing, which you'll hear live and in full here on LBC. On going back to school, James, who's a primary teacher and early years advisor, says in regard to a managed return, there should be a full risk assessment for each setting, signed off by the Health and Safety Executive. Equally, a legal framework for knocking back parents when classroom volume exceeds 5 children in order to ensure the 2-metre rule is necessary. If this doesn't happen, local authorities could quickly find themselves in court. Both measures will not be possible until at least after September. Well, that would knock June the 1st on the head, wouldn't it? 84850 is our text number. Now, as promised, with more on the R number and the other COVID-19 headlines, here's LBC's Mike Hughes.
Yeah, Eddie, I just want to bring you the very latest that we're getting that's coming out of SAGE. That's the Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies, and this is the group of scientific experts that are advising the government on coronavirus. And as you say, it's concerning the R rate, or the reproduction rate of the virus. Now, this has been revised upwards from 0.5 to 0.9 from last week to anywhere between 0.7 and 1. Now, for those who don't know what the R rate means, this is all around the number of people who get infected by a single person. So, for example, if the R rate was 2, it would mean for every 1 person who gets infected with coronavirus, they would go on then to infect 2 other people, and then those 2 would go on to infect 2 themselves, so 4, and so on and so forth. Now, SAGE is putting this revised rate of 0.7 to 1 down to infections in care homes and hospitals. It is a bit too soon in the easing of the lockdown measures that we've seen in England to see if this is still in the wider open society, but it is incredibly important because this is the rate that it all hinges on, at which lockdown is lifted, everything is underpinned by the R rate. Now, the government have repeatedly warned that if the R rate gets to 1 or above that, then that would be very bad. It would mean that community transmission would be well at large again, and a second wave of infection could be here.
I've never seen a person confidence go to anything.
Reimposed again, and would lead to even more deaths and damage to the economy. Now, we've heard today about the situation in London, haven't we? And that the R rate could be below 0.5 there, given that the city was roughly 2 weeks ahead of the rest of the country. There is some scepticism still around that, and calculations are ongoing about the rate of infection in the other nations and regions of the UK. It'll be interesting to see, Eddie, how the government responds to this, given the warnings that it's been issuing about the dangers of creeping close to 1. But if anything, this means just underscores what we've known already for quite some time now, that the fight against coronavirus in our hospitals and care homes is anything but over.
Mike Hughes reporting that you can be sure that we will on this in the Downing Street news conference, which will be live and in full from 5 here on
Oh, come on, how long is it going to take?
Who's been a guest on the programme, the leading cancer expert, has just been tweeting about this, saying in essence, don't panic, there can be small clusters which make the R number increase. He points out that Germany's R number did increase a little and then it fell back. More, as I said, I'm sure, at 5 o'clock. Now, the LBC Business News, Ben Kumar from 7 Investment Management. Talking of Germany, how's the economy?
It's in recession. That's probably not a surprise. I'm not sure there's going to be a country in the world that isn't, at least for the first and second quarter. But the interesting thing about Germany is that it's not doing as badly as many of its neighbours. So it shrank by about 2% in the first 3 months of the year, and was in lockdown a little bit before the UK. But places like France and Italy and Spain saw their economy shrink by about 5%. And there's good prospects for recovery as well, because France, Italy, Spain rely a lot on tourism, as we all know. Germany less so. So if the world does go back to kind of something like we saw previously before coronavirus, Germany could be well placed to benefit relative to its neighbours. Let's not forget though that Germany is also sort of on the hook for its neighbours, so would rather that actually everything went back to normal rather than it continued to pull the European train, as I've heard it described.
The cost of travelling in London is...
Yes, this is going to be pretty contentious, I think, for the London Mayor. We've got a £1.6 billion bailout needed for TfL just to keep things going.
Oh, you fuck.
£5 million of that provided in a loan. The problem is he's being forced, Sadiq Khan, to basically do things he said he wouldn't do. He's being forced to increase fares by 1% above the rate of inflation starting next January. He's being forced to make it so that kids are going to have to pay to travel. He's being forced to increase the congestion charge by 30%, up to £15 a day.
That was dumb.
This is... To keep the transport going, you do need to do this, but you're getting some pretty conflicting messages. Not to use public transport. That's the cost of driving has just increased for central London up to £15 a day. It shows how long these effects from shutdowns can rumble on. You need public service workers, you need health workers to be able to get but you also need to be able to pay for that. And it's sort of impinging a bit on independence as Mayor of London.
Ben, thank you. Have a good weekend.
With Tide's Smart Business Current Accounts. Smart tools and features to save time and money.
15 minutes to go before tonight's Downing Street news briefing, which I'm told will be taken by Matt Hancock, England's Health Secretary. Now, here's tonight's headlines on LBC from Tim Humphrey.
Meetings have been held between government advisors and teaching unions to discuss getting schools reopened next month. New analysis has highlighted a divide across England on the number of COVID-19 cases and the rate of transmission. The latest government figures suggest the R number, the rate of reproduction of the virus, has risen since last week. And the weather, showers in the north tonight, but clearer further south with a low of 5.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Goff. There were queues on the M25 clockwise after a car broke down earlier on between junction 26 for Waltham Abbey and junction 27 for the M11, but all the lanes are open again. In Edgware, the A5 Burnt Oak Broadway stays closed in both directions. That's because of an accident between Deansbrook Road and Watling Post Office. Usually High Street, that remains closed in both directions after there was a fire in a building earlier between St Matthew's Church and the library in Useley. In Wandsworth on Putney Bridge Road southbound, there's a lane closed at the A3 Armoury Way. That's because a sinkhole has opened up. up. And if you need to take the tube, the Circle and Waterloo and City lines stay suspended.
This is LBC.
At Morrison's, discover the Pie Shop, now open in our stores, with pies, pasties and pastries freshly baked every day. And if that's got you licking your lips, right now our cheese and onion and our sausage rolls are half price at just 50p each. Morrison's, let's make summer. Majority of stores subject to availability. Excludes online. Cheese and onion and sausage rolls were £1.
Call Eddie Mayer 0345 6060 973. This is LBC.
The coronavirus lockdown has changed the way we shop, leaving many questioning their rights. Adam French, senior consumer rights expert at Which, joins Nick Ferrari to discuss latest updates on your consumer rights.
If you do have to make an online return, try and get them to send a courier to your door, which a lot of the bigger retailers are doing now.
Which are providing free expert consumer advice throughout the COVID-19 crisis. For more information and support on your consumer rights, visit which.co.uk. LBC.
During this challenging time, you may be worried not only about your health, but also your livelihood. If you're self-employed or run a business of any size, you can find information on the schemes available to support you and your employees online. Go to gov.uk/business-support. Get help, protect your business, save jobs.
If it's essential that you travel by train this May, here's some important news from us at Network Rail. There are engineering works planned for the late May bank holiday weekend. Some services may change, and some will not be running. If you really must travel, please plan ahead by checking nationalrail.co.uk.
Picture in your mind a stylish Audi with striking LED headlights, sporty alloy wheels, and some of our most advanced features, including a 10-inch digital cockpit and smart assistant systems like lane departure warning. Picture what that Audi looks like. Now think smaller. The Audi A1. It's not a small car, it's a small
click the M. That's how we do it.
Audi. Vorsprung durch Technik.
Eddie Mayer. Tweet at LBC.
Ben Kumar was talking a moment ago about the planned changes, increased charges for the congestion charge in London. There are other plans to change how transport works in the UK capital. Matthew Thompson, our senior reporter, has more on that in just a few moments. 11 minutes to 5. Every week around this time, we like to check in with our US correspondent, Simon Marks, to hear how that country is coping with COVID-19. Here he is. Simon?
Well, Eddie, there is a man down Florida way who, thanks to Donald Trump, has just gone viral. Viral in the sense of the internet, not in the sense of getting COVID-19. At least not yet. Because late last night, the president retweeted this piece of video uploaded by Rogan O'Handley, a self-described American patriot.
Florida was one of the last states to close down and one of the first states to open up. And while the rest of the country is still freaking out, especially in blue states, look at this. I'm at a bar, restaurant. We're all having a good time. Not a single face mask.
Mr. O'Handley and his fellow barflies, championed by the president, are precisely the people most feared by the president's own public health advisors. Americans who chafe at any kind of restrictions on their daily lives insist there's nothing to worry about, and that life can return not to a new normal, but to the old one. But in the real world, the one in which America has lost 86,000 people to COVID-19, and with nearly 1.5 million cases of coronavirus, the most country on the planet, in that experts like Dr. Anthony Fauci sounding the alarm.
There is a real risk that you will trigger an outbreak you may not be able to control.
In Senate testimony on Tuesday, he was absolutely clear about the huge risks being taken in places like Florida, where one of the president's political allies, Governor Ron DeSantis, barely shut his state down before declaring it reopened.
Professional sports are welcome here for practicing and for playing.
He even sees opportunity in the hesitation of more sentient governors to shake off the shackles of lockdown.
People are starved to have some of this back in their lives. It's an important part of people's lives. If you have a team in an area where they just won't let them operate, we'll find a place for you here in the state of Florida.
Governor DeSantis and Americans all over the country rising up against lockdown measures have the vocal support of the president, even though it's now clear that in several of those states, the reopening of the economy is, just as Dr. Fauci warned, costing lives and risking a second wave. Texas yesterday reported its single highest number of coronavirus deaths in a 24-hour period, 58 of them, 116 over 72 hours. But yesterday, in an interview on the Fox Business Channel, the president embraced a new conspiracy theory. Democrat governors, he said, are deliberately keeping restrictions in place in a bid to destroy the economies of their own states, although it's not clear why that's to their advantage, kill Americans and doom the president's re-election hopes.
In many cases, they're doing it just for political purposes.
Do you think that they would rather see a recession, a terrible economy, joblessness, than have you get another
They would rather see our country fail. They would rather see our country fail, and you know what that means, because part of failure is death. They would rather see that than have me get elected. I've driven them crazy. I don't know what it is.
What it may be is that the president accused the Democrats there of murder, or perhaps his continuing insistence that he knows more than the doctors. Remember, this was the week when he chided Dr. Fauci for suggesting it would be highly risky to order every American child back to school without being ready for the wave of infections that might fuel.
To me, it's not an acceptable answer. They should open. It's up to the governors. It's the governor's choice, but the state is not open if the schools aren't open.
On that front, the president is too late. Even down in the sunshine state of Florida, the schools are still firmly shuttered. Perhaps that explains why the coastal bars are packed. There's been another topic on Donald Trump's mind this week, and it's something that he calls Obamagate, a vague, still gelling conspiracy theory that claims Barack Obama was at the heart of an attempt to spy on Donald Trump and his 2016 election campaign in a bid to derail the president's political ambitions. I think I've got that right. I could waste your time going into the details, but many of the facts don't back the theory up, and there will be plenty of time to talk about it later, because the president is going to continue using it in a bid to divert everyone's attention away from the pandemic, Eddie, that is about to take thousands of additional American lives.
Simon Marks, our US correspondent. Now, as promised, let's turn to LBC senior reporter Matthew Thompson. There's a great deal to talk about Matthew. We're 6 minutes away from tonight's Downing Street news conference taken by Matt Hancock, England's health secretary. And we'll obviously come on to that in just a second. This business of transport in London, we touched on the increase in congestion charge with Ben a moment or two ago. There's much more
the extra charges that TfL is going to have to bring in now as a result of that £1.6 billion bailout agreement with the government last night.
I am but one. Oops, what's I did oops the whole.
Cycle and walk safely as the lockdown is eased. We know, of course, that people are being encouraged not to use public transport. We're told it's not our civic duty. But the simple fact of the matter is, Eddie, if you want to put cars into central London, the roads will grind to a halt, not to mention the rapid increase in pollution. So encouraging walking and cycling is the order of the day. And St London's mayor has a radical new plan to do that. It's going to close down main thoroughfares in central London to all.
Well, I aren't using my mic, so yeah.
And cyclists.
Can't drop what I don't have.
What's the scale of the plan for these car-themed streets? How big an area of central London might end up being just buses?
So it's quite a large area of central London. I mean, it's really one of the biggest close downs of a major capital city anywhere in the world. So it would be main streets between London Bridge and Shoreditch, Euston and Waterloo, and Old Street and Holborn. So to anyone who has a map of London in their head, that's a very large chunk of the central area of a main thoroughfares of the major capital city. So this is a massive shutdown. We're told it's going to take something like 6 weeks for the work. It's not going to happen overnight, but 6 weeks for these road closures to be fully operational. But the work is beginning immediately. So it's a vast shutdown. It hasn't ever really been done before. And the question is it a model elsewhere in the country?
We'll talk about the increasing R number, which Mike Hughes alerted us to a moment or two ago. But first, you've got fresh information on what's happening in our care homes.
Yes, this is information from the ONS, who are really in overdrive at the moment, publishing really useful data to help us make sense of this epidemic. So their latest data released this morning suggests that care home residents now make up more than a third of the total coronavirus deaths. And now last night Grant Shapps said that it was 25%, so it's now significantly more than that. Of course, Grant Shapps may have been referring to the number of people who died physically in care homes. The ONS data is wider than that. It's not just people who died in care homes, it's anyone who is resident of a care home who died from coronavirus, regardless of whether they died in a care home, in a hospital, or another setting. But the ONS has said that since March, coronavirus was the leading cause of death for male care home residents, around 30% or more of deaths amongst males, and second for females after only Alzheimer's and dementia. So a huge impact on the care home population, and I would be very surprised if that failed to come up at the briefing with the Health and Social Care Secretary Matt Hancock.
What more information do you have on the R number?
So the R number that estimates the rate of infection of coronavirus was previously thought to be between 0.5 and 0.9. The crucial number to bear in mind, Eddie, of course, is 1. That's the number above which the epidemic starts to grow. But SAGE has just published its latest estimate, which now stands between 0.7 and 1. Now, SAGE says that they're still fairly confident that the number is below 1, i.e. the epidemic is reducing in size, it's not growing, but nonetheless, that is still higher than it was at the last estimate only a week ago. Now, is it wise to lift the lockdown in those circumstances will be the question on most people's lips, and presumably the question on the lips of people who are asking questions at the press briefing in just a moment. But what I would say in an attempt to answer that question, Eddie, is that yes, R is important, but R can also be influenced by outbreaks in smaller populations. In fact, that's exactly what the SAGE think is happening.
This is so dumb. I don't know why I'm doing this.
In care homes and hospitals. So
all I can do is laugh.
To consider in terms of lifting, yes, R is important. The rate of spread.
All I did was put myself in the waiting area, and now I'm laughing my head off. I'm just going to stay here and wait till one other person comes in. One person comes in, and then I'll leave. I'm just bored right now. Nope. I don't think so. Oh crap, I'm gonna die. Oh no. Oh Jesus.
More information to come, Matthew. Thank you so much, Matthew Thompson, our senior reporter. Now here's the Steve Allen soundbite of the night.
Raspberries. Oh, that's how you do it. Oh, that's easy. Oh, now it doesn't want to work. Are you actually working? Are you working? Oh, it's connecting.
Can England's schools open up in a fortnight? Crucial talks are going on now.
Both views are particularly important to get them back into school in a safe and healthy environment.
Schools are kind of being forced into a corner and becoming virus gatekeepers. And if we fail, that is really serious.
London's congestion charge is back, and swathes of central London will ban cars to allow more walking and cycling.
The congestion charge for one in London, that's going to increase by 30%.
Oh, that's not fair. I had it working a little more well.
Wales gives the green light to a way out of lockdown.
Our roadmap is based on a traffic light system. It sets out a series of changes which could be made.
Claire Barrett has news for self-employed people shortly, and coming next, Downing Street COVID-19 briefing.
Is it working? Yay, it's working. Oh dear.
LBC. Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
Shamon.
From Global's newsroom, I'm Tom.
virus within communities. London was once the epicentre of the UK's outbreak, but the study suggests the number of new cases in the capital is down to 24 a day, while it's 4,000 in the northeast. Martin Gannon is leading
There's an
the
idea.
council and is still promoting a stay-at-home message.
Get real bored. Oh, I did not think of that. Why didn't I think of that before?
We'll interrupt the news to take you to Downing Street in the news briefing. Here's Matt Hancock.
Good afternoon and welcome to Downing Street for the daily coronavirus briefing. I'm joined by the Deputy Chief Medical Officer, Jenny Harries, and by NHS England's Medical Director for Primary Care, Dr. Nikki Kanani. First, I want to take this chance to update you on the latest coronavirus data. 2,378,078
no, I don't have it.
carried out in the UK, including 133,784 tests yesterday. 236,711 people have tested positive for the virus, an increase of 3,560 since yesterday. 10,024 people are currently in hospital with coronavirus. This is a 13% fall from the same time last week. And very sadly, of those who've tested positive across all settings, 33,998 people have now died. That's an increase of 384 since yesterday, and we mourn each one. The number of deaths is falling each day, in all settings, thankfully, and we are past the peak of this virus.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
And I just want to take a moment to remind you
What's that
about our
off?
plans for this second phase. If we have slide one, please. We've set up the new COVID alert level system. That's the 5 levels of threat based on the R value and the number of new cases. The alert level in turn guides the social distancing rules, which are vital in our efforts to control the virus. A higher alert level means stricter rules. Throughout the lockdown, we've been at level 4, which means that COVID-19 is in general circulation and transmission is high or rising exponentially. But thanks to your shared sacrifice, we've brought R down. Cautiously, carefully and responsibly, we're now in a position to start moving to level 3. If we can go to the next slide, please. We've set out the first of the 3 steps that we'll take carefully to modify the social distancing rules and start to restore freedom to this country, all while avoiding a disastrous second peak that could overwhelm the NHS. At each step, we'll closely monitor the impact on R, on the number of new infections, and on, of course, all available data. And we'll only move to the next step when we judge it safe to do so. In the first step, as of this week, if you work but can't work from home, you should speak to your employer about going back in. People can now spend time outdoors and exercise as often as you like, and you can meet one other person from outside your household in an outdoor place, but please keep 2 meters apart. This weekend, with the good weather and the new rules, I hope people can enjoy visiting, but please keep an eye on your family.
I know why that won't work because I'm in there.
Next slide, please.
Okay.
We've also updated what we're asking people to do, which is to stay alert, and save lives. For the vast majority of people, staying alert still means staying at home as much as possible, working from home when you can, limiting contact with people, keeping your distance if you go out, 2 meters, wherever possible. Washing your hands regularly, this is still the most effective thing that you can do to keep yourself safe. And of course, self-isolating if you or anyone in your household has coronavirus symptoms. By staying alert and following the rules, you can play a part in the national effort, getting R down and keeping R down. Controlling the virus so that we can save lives, rebuild livelihoods, and start to recover our freedom as a nation. From the start of this crisis, across the world, because this disease has a bigger impact
There we go, it's in June now. No.
Tried to throw a protective ring around our care homes. We set out our first advice in February, and as the virus grew, we strengthened it throughout. We've made sure that care homes have the resources they need to control the spread of infection. Social care is a devolved matter, of course, and this week we've made a further £600 million available to care homes in England. This comes on top of the £3.2 billion we made available in March and April, and the £712 million we made available to the devolved authorities. That's 369 million extra for Scotland, 223 million extra for Wales, and 124 million for England. We've put extra infection control procedures in place and prioritised testing in care homes. We test any resident returning this year if possible, all residents with symptoms, and all social care colleagues and members of their households if they have symptoms. Together, these measures have saved lives and protected 64% of care homes, almost 2/3, from having any coronavirus cases at all. And where there are cases, we've taken extra measures to protect residents and staff, with local public health officials playing a critical role. Now we have capacity for well over 100,000 tests a day. We're extending testing coverage still further, and all care homes and staff in England, both those with symptoms and those without, are now being tested. And in fact, we'll test every resident and every member of staff in our elderly care homes in England between now and early June. To get those tests to where they need to be, we've set up an easy-to-use digital service on gov.uk, allowing care home managers to apply online for the testing kits. Next, we've strengthened the NHS support available to employees in social care. And this is what NHS means. Through the NHS funds technology for infection control training, advice and support for employees in emergencies. We're putting in place a name recall for every care home in England. Use the app eConnect, and we'll check in regularly to assess residents and support care home staff with medical advice. This is the most intense and scrutinised recall in England. In some cases, residents who need to see a GP, a video consultation may be set for hours or sometimes days. So the NHS is also supporting care homes to introduce the right technology.
Damn,
We
it's been a
think
while.
technology can and is being used to be able to help residents save lives online. Something I'm immensely grateful for, both for their well-being and for
Oh,
ours.
man.
Third, we're making sure local authorities play their role. We're now requiring councils to conduct daily reviews of the situation on the ground in local care homes. These reviews ensure that every care home gets the support they need every single day. And we're requiring care homes to ensure the full flow of timely and accurate care home data, so local and national, and the concern, where necessary, challenge and act if that's what's needed. As a result,
Need to cut my nails, I think.
and the work of so many people
Yeah.
across the social care system
Yep.
and across the NHS,
I'm gonna go cut my nails.
2/3 of
BRB,
England have
motherfuckers.
at all. The number of care
Those are way
homes
too
with
long.
the first case each day
How
has
repairing
fallen
is
from a
hard.
peak of 219 to 59. I'm glad to report that since the peak, the number of COVID-19 deaths of people in care homes has halved. But whilst this is progress, there is so much more to do. And this crisis has also demonstrated the imperative for reform. It's shown the importance of long-standing calls for closer working between health and social care. It's acted as a catalyst for integration and shown the benefits of it on the ground. Information, support and mutual understanding between health and social care are flowing better than ever before, helping to break down some historic barriers, despite the system, not because of it. And my view is that health and social care have a common mission to care for people. But too often in the past, bureaucracy has held them apart. From the start, we've worked incredibly hard to throw that protective ring around our care homes. Yes, it has been difficult. These viruses reserve their full cruelty for those who are physically weakest, the elderly, the frail, and the already sick, all those who most rely on human contact. People who live in care homes are most vulnerable to spread. We'll do everything humanly possible to protect them for as long as they have to survive this virus. And thanks to the collective efforts of everyone watching, we have passed through the peak. But there is still
here we go.
So stay alert, control the virus, and save lives.
Oh, that's better. Oh god, I hate names.
So today we're hearing a lot about the R number. It's important that analysts can see that. So publishing the R number. We want to keep this below 1. And as you can see, R is the average number of additional people infected. So while it's 1, the pandemic and epidemic in this country will stay flat. If it goes above that number, we will start to see an increase in number of cases, and we may experience a second peak. So it's really important that we keep monitoring it. Having said that, you can see that there's quite a range there, 0.7 to 1 in the endemic number. And this is for a number of reasons. Partly because a number of different models are used on this data, and it's important that they challenge each other to get a consistency of that. Partly the data comes from historic data. We obviously can't predict precisely, so we're estimating it from different sources of information, so things like hospital admissions and things like that have been used historically. And then I think thirdly and importantly, we know that we have slightly different R values relating to some areas of risk. So obviously in recent weeks, care homes have been a heightened interest.
Oh, now the fingers start to hurt.
And we keep an eye on that.
Okay.
So this is very much a national
Guitar,
average, but it's
we're gonna have to go away for now.
on the community across the
Because
country,
I don't play very often.
really hard on the social distancing measures.
So in the very moments when I do play, my fingers start to hurt real bad.
You can see it's important that we take the R value in the context of the numbers that we're seeing across the country, and from the ONS survey, which is a community survey conducted in people's homes on a longitudinal basis, so sequentially, the average proportion of the community in England that had COVID was 0.27%, upper limit of that about 0.4, so a maximum of about 1 in 400 people, and then right across the country, therefore, in England, a broad estimate of around 148,000 people with COVID at any time, so that's coming down. Next slide, please.
Oh, whoa, that is way too close to my face.
Is from Google mobility data.
Is that one? Oh, you are working, thank the Jesus Lord. Just for a moment. Finger. My finger hurt. Fingers.
We've seen a significant drop-off as social distancing measures have come in. That's continued to be maintained, so people are only going out in the main for permitted activities. So some people going to work as permitted, but many staying at home, going out for grocery and pharmacy, which are essential visits, and then a rise in the use of parks coming forward now, and we anticipate that within social distancing measures that will increase. And on the right-hand side, you can see the ONS Opinions and Lifestyle Survey, and that shows that 44% of employed adults are actually working from home compared to 12% last year. This is a change in habit, and we're expecting that people will maintain that and advising that they should. And it's probably going to be a successful way forward for us to control many of the social distancing measures over the next few months. 80% of adults only left home for those permitted reasons that we can see on the left, and 91% of adults have avoided contact with vulnerable people, so everybody is trying to keep each other and the vulnerable people safe. Next slide, please. Here we can see the slide which represents current situation with testing. So 133,784 tests were completed up to 9 o'clock on the 15th of May. So this includes testing.
No. There we go.
Going forward on the top chart at the right. So we're looking towards 2.5 million tests in total now. and we've had 3,560 cases confirmed over the last 24 hours, which brings the UK total to 236,711. And the graph on the bottom left, despite that increase in testing and therefore the likelihood of finding new cases, is continuing to come down. Next slide, please. This shows our data from hospitals, so the estimated admissions with COVID in hospital is now down to 910 on the 13th of May, so that's down from over 1,000 the week before, and the graph obviously on the right is showing that clearly. The downward trend on the graph it's down, but it's slow and careful, and therefore we need to maintain our social distancing measures. But the biggest concern, or one of the big concerns right at the start of the epidemic in the country, was about critical care bed capacity, and in fact only 19% of our critical care beds are occupied now with COVID-19 patients, and that pattern is replicated across all critical care usage in the UK. Next slide, please. Here we can see people in hospital and the geographical distribution, and I think on the bottom right-hand side, where London has had a severe and sharper rise in the number of cases in a highly densely populated area, that has come down now. Other parts of the country are seeing a slightly different shape to their epidemic curve, but nevertheless right across the UK they are broadly, you can see a rise on the epidemic curve and a flattening off. But even in London and among all our regions and UK countries, we need to maintain really close guard of our social distancing measures. But nevertheless, you can see at the top we have 10,731 people in hospital now, and we're down nearly 2,000 from this time last week, so continuing to make good progress. Next slide, please. And finally, these are the deaths. So, as the Secretary of State has said, 384 deaths have sadly been confirmed in the last 24 hours. These are across all our settings, not just the hospital settings. But again, you can see that the rolling average, which is a better measure as the deaths are reported at different times, shows that those deaths are steadily decreasing, which is obviously welcome news, and we need to keep our social distancing going.
Thank you very much indeed. Questions firstly from
Hallelujah.
Susanna from Oxford.
Alright.
The government's COVID alert level 1 is eradication in the UK. Is this a realistic policy target?
Well, that is a great question, and Jenny, as the scientist and epidemiologist, you're best placed to answer it.
So it's an ambitious target, I think, but then I think if we're dealing with something as serious as COVID, we want to be ambitious. You may be referring to the WHO announcement over the last few days, where I think the reality of COVID in global terms, not just in the UK, was put forward. And I think it's fair to say there isn't an immediate, easy outcome to this to get us to level 1. Smallpox is the only infectious disease where we have actually eradicated the disease, but of course there is an example there, so I think having that ambition is good. The key things obviously that we need to drive us forward in the long term are understanding the immunity, so not just understanding our antibody response, but what that means in terms of maintaining immunity in the population over time. And obviously treatments in the short term for treating people, but to eradicate it, we really need vaccine as well. So all of those programs are ongoing, but clearly the immediate effort is to reduce the number of cases that we have and to ensure that we dampen down the epidemic in the UK, and that's what we're doing at the moment.
Thank you very much indeed. Next question, which is has been sent in by Anna from Worthing. Anna from Worthing asks, after many years of waiting for a pay rise, nurses are frustrated and feel very devalued due to the never-ending unrecognised financial pay they deserve. Would this crisis be a strong evidence for the government to finally recognise that nursing is a highly skilled profession and it deserves decent pay? Well, I think I'm best placed to answer this one, Anna, and I agree very strongly that nursing is a highly skilled profession. and deserves decent pay. And we put up nurses' pay last month, and in fact last year we had the fastest rise, the biggest rise in pay, especially for beginner, for nurses when they're starting their career, the lowest paid nurses, we got a pay rise, very significant, of over 15%. So there has been a significant pay rise for nurses, and I think one of the things that crisis has shown is just how much the nation values our staff across the health and care system, including nurses. And when it comes to how we reward people for their efforts in this crisis, what I can tell you is that as the health secretary, I will be making sure that we fight to have that fair reward. I think it is. It's worth noting the changes, the increases that have been put through in the last couple of years, and it is worth all of us coming together to show the value with which we hold nurses and everybody else who works across health and social care. Thank you for your question, Anna. Next question is from Alison Holt of the BBC.
Secretary of State, today's official figures show the very high number of deaths in care homes and also in hospitals of care home residents. The measures you've introduced today, aren't they too little, too late?
Well, what I set out today are the things that we've been doing throughout this crisis to support people in care homes. And in the last couple of weeks, we have, as you say, added further measures. I've set them all out today. They've in fact been put in place over the period of the crisis. And making sure that we give that support that's needed, the extra money, building on the money that we put in right at the start, the infection control processes, building on the infection control processes that we put in right at the start, built throughout. It's all part of it, doing everything we can to support people in care homes. And the good news is that the number of cases, the number of new cases is down, but there is clearly a long way to go. And I'm also going to ask Nikki to comment on this strengthening of the link between the NHS and in particular GPs in care homes to make sure that we get that support, that clinical support in every care home.
GP, I know that it's really important to offer care to all of our residents, whether you're in a care home, you live at home, you live in a big house, small house, whatever it is. That's what your GP practice is there to do. And around the country, the vast majority of practices look after their care homes in a way that you'd want your family member to be looked after. As a GP, if I talk a little bit about what happens in practice, so often GP practices or working with other GP practices together, coming together to build what's called a multidisciplinary team, so members from the practice, members from pharmacy, allied health professionals, social care colleagues, community services colleagues, come together to offer support into care homes. And it's really important that we recognise that it's a multidisciplinary team that actually is needed to make sure that our care home residents stay safe. Importantly though, we've really ramped up that support over the last few weeks and months to make sure care home residents get the care that they need, making sure that our care home managers are able to have a regular check-in, whether that is with the GP or the lead professional in the team, and that might be an advanced nurse practitioner, it might be a geriatrician, it has to be the right person for the job. And we've got some incredible examples in Dorset and Frimley where this is happening really, really well. We're doing a range of other measures to make sure that care home residents are well supported, so that is working with our clinical commissioning groups to make sure that medications provision is really optimised into care homes, and we have a suite of digital innovations there to back our care homes as well. So you mentioned a few of them, Secretary of State, but making sure that care homes have NHS internet access, good internet access. The digital tablets are absolutely revolutionary because it means that we can keep our residents and staff safe while we look after our care home residents through remote monitoring, and we can use those portals for residents to connect with their family and their loved ones as well. I think it's really worth mentioning as well that we've asked every part of the country to offer infection prevention control training to care homes. So that's how to use PPE, how to don and doff safely, how to manage social distancing in what can be quite busy areas. And we've got 100% coverage around the country of these super trainers who are going out to look after our care homes. So, it will take the whole system to look after our care home residents, but absolutely something the NHS is committed to doing.
Thanks very much. Sam Coates from Sky.
Can I just do a follow-up, please?
Sure, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, if I may. If the R number has increased, are you rethinking the easing of the lockdown?
Well, we're constantly keeping the R under review, and it is one of our 5 tests is for R to be below 1. The latest evidence that Dr. Harries has presented is that the R is between 0.7 and 1. So we don't think that it's above 1. We think that it is in a range between 0.7 and 1. So that still meets that test, but of course we're constantly looking at and updating all of the information that we see. Sam Coates from Sky.
Secretary of State, thank you. Given our lives are determined by the R rate, why do you politically appear quite relaxed that the R rate is up today? And the latest R rate suggests that transmission of the disease might not be reducing in the wider community because your range includes 1 plant. Is it because despite its presentation by the Prime Minister, it's actually not the best measure to use for making decisions for the whole country because it's skewed by hospitals and care homes and the tragic situations there? Reconsider England's lifting lockdown timetable, and does it help that the data is 2 or 3 weeks out of date?
Well, those are really, really good questions, Sam, and if I'll answer a couple and then hand over to Dr. Harries. The first thing I'd say is on the timing. This is based on data from a couple of weeks ago because of the way that it's measured, but also from the survey data that the ONS published. And as that survey grows, the measure of R will become more accurate. But even in countries that have had large-scale survey testing for some time, like Germany, there is still something of a lag. It is an incredibly important figure for policymakers, but it's one data point to look at, alongside also the level of new cases, as well as the R, which is the rate at which they're changing. But I think, a change in the range of R that still encompasses most of the values that we think R could be is very important to look at. But overall, this report from the scientists says that R is not.
So reinforcing those comments, really, I mean, R is a very standard way of looking and comparing what's happening, and it's a really important measure. But the real outcome that we're looking for is a reduction in the number of cases and getting rid of the epidemic in the UK. So that is our focus, not R. R is a representation of what is happening in that fight. So it is very important, but I think picking up some of the statistics around this, the R that you see presented has confidence intervals around it, how confident we are in it. As the Secretary of State has said, as we go forward, the ONS survey will give us key points of infection across the country, which will become increasingly important. The more points we have, the narrower our confidence concerns are, and the clearer we are that we know exactly how many cases there are in the UK. So it's not just the R value, it's the triangulation of all of the evidence that we have. And I think the final point about the R value is when it's created, it's really important that different models and different estimates are put together. And so you will find published on the web now that slightly different variations. And that's really important because it challenges, if there are different outputs from different models, it's an opportunity for us to look and say, why is it different either across the country, in the locality, or because the makeup of the model, the data streams which are going in, are slightly different. So it's an important measure, but it definitely isn't the only one.
Thank you very much.
will acknowledge here that it does look strange that on the day that the R rate is published and is going up, we're about to head into a weekend where, in England at least, lots of people are going to go out on long journeys and enjoy the countryside. Are you absolutely confident that that's the right decision?
Well, we set out the 5 tests in advance, and one of the tests is that R isn't above 1. And in fact, so the data that has been published actually confirms that test rather than the opposite. But everybody can play their part in keeping R below and pushing R down. And you can do that by following the social distancing rules. So if you do go out and outdoors, do it only with members of your household and keep 2 meters away from others who aren't in your household. And those social distancing rules are incredibly clear and they will help to keep us safe. I should tell you.
Thank you, Secretary of State. There have been concerns raised today about care homes that can't provide these tests on the portal. They say that they're only applying for people with dementia and over 65s, but it leaves out a very vulnerable group of people, unsuspecting multiple health conditions and problems, and also those with learning disabilities. Why have these people been left out?
Well, those who are in care homes for working age people, not for as opposed to the elderly care homes, of course, also need support and often also are clinically vulnerable. It is true that age is the biggest factor in terms of the illness to coronavirus, but absolutely we need to make sure that care homes for people of working age also access tests and will roll that out.
Shall I answer first? And I can see you're trying to offer another question. I was just going to add to that because I think, as the Secretary of State has said, prioritisation at the start was clearly we need to manage risk. That's how we approach all clinical risk. And different elements of risk are there. So care homes, and particularly very, very stark variation in risk for the elderly, particularly 70, 80, 90. So it's really quite stark in comparison to all other variables. But in relation, I'm actually had an email yesterday from somebody with a unit in Nottinghamshire trying to implement some very careful, really good work with his residents and staff. I've actually put them in touch with the Director of Public Health. Now, I wouldn't suggest everybody does that immediately, but the point I wanted to raise is, if there are concerns about particular practices or prioritisation that's needed, there are local oversight of that, and Directors of Public Health are working with the local NHS and local authority Director of Social Care to make sure that where there are priorities of that, particularly if there is an outbreak or something like that in a non-elderly care home, that they can access tests.
You had a follow-up.
I did have a follow-up. I just wondered, a lot of people that I've spoken to say that they feel like they've been forgotten, and I wondered, do you think that you're putting the people with learning disabilities at the back of the queue?
No, I don't think that's the case, because we've been throughout this ensuring that the guidance that goes out is to all care homes, of course. One of the things that I've been very worried about as Secretary of State throughout my time in this job is to ensure that we get the support to people in care homes for those of working age as well as elderly care homes. It is so important that we do that, and we have done that through this crisis too, but we've got to make sure also that we follow the clinical advice in terms of the different risks that people face. So if there is an individual care home that thinks they're not getting what is clinically needed, then of course they should get in contact. And they should, starting with the local Director of Public Health, but ultimately they should raise that. But we've got to follow the clinical advice in terms of how we apply the testing capabilities that we have.
Just to add on to that, there's some very good resources in terms of specific advice and guidance written for learning disabled as well. So think it's not just about carers and parents and guardians or care managers. It's very much for individuals themselves.
Yeah. Thank you, Aisha. Michael Smith from the Daily Mirror.
Good afternoon. I've got two quick questions. Firstly, to the scientists. With the government hoping to start reopening schools in the next couple of weeks, you've no doubt carried out some quite complex modelling of the risks of taking that action. Could you give me an idea of what the government considers to be an acceptable level of risk to teachers and parents in terms of increased infections and potentially death? And also to the Secretary of State. For years, schools have been telling the Daily Mirror that they struggle to afford basic equipment like pens and pencils for children to use in the classroom. Social distancing is going to be hard work in schools. It's hard to get kids to wash their hands in the best of times. And before the lockdown, teachers were telling us they didn't have enough soap and hand sanitizer to go around. If a teacher looks at all this, and decides the risk to their staff and to their community is too great to reopen their school, what consequences will they face?
Well, I'll take on the second point, and then I've asked Nikki and Jenny to comment on the first question. We think it's really important that this is a team effort. It is an incredible challenge that we face with the reopening of schools. I think everybody understands that trying to get schools open in a way that is safe, and only in a way that is safe, that is really important for children's education. But we've got to do it in a way that keeps a control of the virus. Now, the good news is, in the same way that it's terrible news that this virus impacts on the elderly so much, the good news is that it seems to spare children in almost every case, not quite every case, but almost every case. And so the risk to children is much, much lower than anybody else in society, to any other age group. Unless certainly if you don't have underlying health conditions, and that means that we are able to propose going down this route of reopening schools. I wouldn't support a proposal to start to reopen schools unless it was safe to do so, and it is safe to do so. And as you say, there's an awful lot of work to do in each individual school to make sure that is done in a way that's safe.
Thank you. So I'm a mum of two school-aged children, and can I just thank the teaching staff actually for responding so quickly in such an unusual situation, and it's not something that they would have ever had to deal with before, and they've been really quite phenomenal. But risk is relative, isn't it? And we have to think about the wider risks to children and families as well. So, as you said, we wouldn't send children back if it wasn't safe to do so, but we're doing that in a careful, phased way and monitoring the whole time to make sure that children and families are well. But actually, some of our children who are more vulnerable, who need more support, need to be back in school to get the benefit of both the social environment, but also the physical space as well. So it's really important that we carefully get our children back to school, because actually that is what's going to be good for them in the long run.
Thank you.
Shall I add to that? So I think just sort of trying to put the risk in perspective, if currently we have, say, 2 or 3 in 1,000 of our population with infection, in the proposed time frame coming forward in the next couple of weeks, that's likely to halve. So I think just there's a lot of anxiety, I think, around this, but people need to think through in an average, in school with 100 children, the likelihood of anybody having this disease is very small and diminishing. So I think we just need to keep that in perspective. The other thing is, picking up Nikki's point, on a public health perspective, there are all sorts of risks, and children who have been invited back to school are at key points of their education, and their longer-term health risks are associated with health education, which then takes them into work involved in adult life and gives them a prevention opportunity from long-term conditions is really very important. But I think the concerns that you're particularly referring to are around teachers and children in enclosed environments, if you like. And there is very good advice has come out from Public Health England, lots of input from paediatricians as well, in a hierarchy of controls to manage that risk. It's not simply about a bit of kit, it's actually about how you manage groups. So in many ways, managing them more as if you were a family, where you wouldn't think about putting on PPE or handling in different ways, but you keep in those groups, you can distance within a school, and in fact school environments, for the reasons which Nikki has said, which are teachers are brilliant. I know as a parent they're often much more productive than I was at trying to get my children to wash their hands consistently and practice good hygiene. So there's some really strong guidance out there to try and support that, and the background risk of disease is diminishing all the time.
Thank you. Andy McCaskey for Roberts. Good.
This is a question for Secretary of State. The Prime Minister said in Parliament this week that the government ordered a lockdown of care homes before the national lockdown on March the 23rd. But the guidance to care homes before then was issued on March the 13th. It suggested a restriction only on people infected with COVID and those feeling sick. Your own department told us that the only directive on a ban on care homes came on April the 2nd. That's 10 days after the national lockdown. So, based on the words of your own department, do you think the Prime Minister is correct what he said in Parliament?
No, on the 13th of March, we did introduce this extra guidance, and on the basis of that guidance, many of the care home providers, for instance, Care UK, at that point stopped visitors. Now, the challenge with much of the management of care homes at the national level is that their accountabilities are local, and it is first and foremost the responsibility of the local government. So we did bring in that guidance on the 13th. As a result of that, many care homes did stop visitors. As I said in my opening remarks, we strengthened that guidance all along. And the point that I think I tried to articulate in my opening comments is that we've tried to build infection control and the support and protective ring around care homes right from the start. Alison Morris from the
Reuters, lots of work today to find it online.
A lot of relatives have told us that a lot of care homes are resisting telling them the number of infections or even the number of deaths from the coronavirus in care homes. I'm just wondering whether that information should be made public to the families and the general public.
Yes, I didn't know about that, and it's certainly something that I'd like to look into. Because our overall approach in this is that transparency is the best way forward. We've asked the CQC and now the ONS to come in and do more to be transparent about the impact of coronavirus. Unlike many countries, we put deaths of people, whether they die in a care home or in the wider community or in hospital, into our overall figures. We've taken an approach of maximum transparency, and so I can understand why people have been in contact with you about that, and it's certainly something that we'll take away. Jenny?
I was just going to add, I think we just need to think really carefully about what a care home is, because as we've heard earlier in this, it might be a learning disabled care home. They're not all big care homes. Some of them are really quite small, and we need to be careful about individual clinical information and families as well. And I was just going to support this. So there's an ONS survey which you may well have seen out today. There are reports coming through from CQC, so there is a lot of work trying to make the deaths information much more understandable, I think, because it's clearly quite difficult to, with individuals who have multiple diseases, for example, when a death is registered, it's not always easy to pinpoint, as a doctor actually, what the overriding cause of death is. I think it's quite likely that there are more deaths associated with COVID-19 in older people, because we know that the age is a very, very significant risk, but they will have many other illnesses as well, so it doesn't necessarily mean that's what they have died from. It's quite right that there is interest in this, and there is additional work currently ongoing to look to see how older people
that's better.
homes have been using hospital services, for example.
That was getting
population
way too much.
that usage has dropped, and it's important we understand that that was appropriate in those individuals.
Thanks, Andy. Was that? I didn't realise you wanted to come in again. I hope that's answered your question. Okay, thanks very much indeed. So finally, we'll go to Alison Morris from the Irish News. Alison.
Hi, Secretary of State. As you will be aware, businesses impacted by the lockdown measures are expecting a very slow recovery. This week, members of the devolved executive were briefed by government that Brexit border posts will be required within Northern Ireland for goods destined for the EU market, after the Prime Minister previously insisted that no such checks would be necessary. What do government intend to put in place to mitigate this double pressure on businesses in Northern Ireland who have both the COVID lockdown measures and pending Brexit border checks to contend with? And can I also ask the Deputy Chief Medical Officer, given that the devolved regions are now leaving lockdown at a different pace and with varying R rates, will she be advising COVID risk assessments, temperature checks and advice to self-isolate, etc. at ports and airports for those travelling in or out of Northern Ireland to other parts of the UK?
Well, thank you very much indeed. On the first subject, I know that the Prime Minister spoke to the Taoiseach this afternoon, a very positive discussion, and we fully intend to meet all the commitments that we've made in terms of delivering on the result of the referendum. Jenny, do you want to answer that?
Actually, it will be for Secretary of State and political colleagues to decide on the policy at borders, but I think from a scientific perspective, as scientists, as UKCMO teams, we work very closely in understanding the science, and there may well be times, whether it be within England or across the UK countries, where differential policies will apply as we look in more detail and get more granular insight as we dampen down the epidemic right across the UK. So I think that is all entirely appropriate. I don't think actually, although we're hearing slightly differences in timing or announcements, actually the science that's underlying it, I'm sure the public and private community are just the same.
Oh, I go everywhere, mate. May I just...
Potential change in an hour for example, and I think in all the UK countries.
Well, going back to go down the other bit of the bridge where the other guys are. One of these things that's like great in every place you go.
And we do need to respond to our different populations, taking account of all of the things like population and travel patterns as well. On temperature, I've spoken about this before, the evidence around temperature checks, whether it be on borders or whether it be going into work, and particularly for COVID, is not a very
I played it a long time ago, many years ago. Yes, I have.
The chances of you finding somebody with that temperature on the minute that
I didn't actually complete it all the way through, though. Very young. Well, mine is very well. Never really. Yeah. I think it's perfect. Yeah, I just got sidetracked. Like, I remember getting sidetracked.
Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed.
I was like thinking stuff. I never even tried sidetracked. I never even got that far to the point. Well, I get a chance to fight him. I can't remember all the story or anything like that, so.
Some people might disagree with that, or certainly the success of doing so, preferencing
Yeah, see, that's what I'm doing. The second thing, I'm not doing the speed run. I'm like trying to investigate every little thing and find every little thing I can. That's what I do on RPG games anyway.
The question was put to Matt Hancock. Does Boris
I've
Johnson
always done that.
correct the record? And the answer, quite straightforwardly, was no.
She has
Matthew Johnson, our senior reporter, was also listening to the entire
You've done that.
What did you take from that?
Already, I think it was unsurprising.
very close to that. I mean, Kev was like, it's London Borough, so Dartford. And it comes close to that, which close to London. So basically South East London.
Care home residents make up something like just over a third of the total number of coronavirus deaths so far. And the main focus is rightly on the government's record, and Matt Hancock tried to defend that record. He mentioned his comments on growing a protective ring around care homes. He spoke about extra infection control procedures that had been brought in. He talked about millions of extra money that had been made available to care homes in England. Testing as well. He said, we test any resident returning from hospital into a care home.
Well, where do you live now?
That's true, but the big question is, was it all done too late? Yes, the government now tests every resident returning from hospital to a care home, but that's only been done since the 5th of April, so we've got at least a couple of weeks, if not more, into the lockdown.
Yeah, no, we're taking this out. People say that. Well, there is one of the moderators called Willie who talks like that in it from that. It's like he thinks it's some straight up gangster or something. Like, to be fair, he does do it. You might see him at some point. Like here today. He's already here, of course. Around nice tears before bedtime. Yes, you do, Woody. Don't try and deny you do all the time. I've seen screenshots of your messages to other people. Very, I've never been there. Original team, actually.
Have to face 14 days of quarantine, except that wouldn't apply to Ireland, because we have the common travel area, but also to France. There was a statement on the 10th of May from the French and British government that no quarantine measures would apply to travellers coming in from France. Today, Prime Minister spokesman has insisted that there was no French exemption, that actually French people would suddenly be, people coming from France would be subject to restrictions. So it seems that statement was misplaced. I mean, one of the things that was clearly aimed at was ensuring the continued operation of, for example, freight between France and the UK across the Dover Straits. We know from Brexit those are crucially important. We couldn't have lorry drivers quarantining for 14 days by the time they drove across the border. But sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off mid-sentence. That's quite all right. I was going to say, but clearly,
yeah, how big's your string? Would he give him a proper send on? How many followers have you got on your stream now? But yeah, enjoy yourself wherever you're at with it now. I hope you get some people.
This week, applications opened up for 3.5 million self-employed workers who can claim government grants.
In it, bruv. Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, what the fuck just fell down? Oh! My other fucking phone. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I have too many phones, too many cables, we set at a proper desk. Oh, you're 100%, you don't need to be on charge anyway. No, I don't want to turn you on. You fucking dickhead. What am I doing? Oh, yeah, I'm trying to get her level 3. Yeah, why not?
If you can tick that box, the amount that you'll get from the government will cover 80% of your average monthly profits, up to £2,500 per month, and that will cover you for March, April and May. You'll get the money all in one go.
This money a real lifeline for self-employed people.
Absolutely, and they'll also get it very quickly. They've had to wait a long time, but 6 days is what HMRC is targeting to pay the money. Now, the question is whether this scheme will be extended. Now, the equivalent furlough scheme for payroll workers, Rishi Sunak, the Chancellor, has already extended that for June, and then this week he said he'll do so in a limited way for July, August, and potentially in September as well. Now, the self-employment one, I think they're going to want to know what the numbers of claims and the likely costs before making any further decision about that. But there is a lot of flexibility. You can still work if you're self-employed and claim the grant, so you could be in a better position than somebody on a payroll, and you only need to say that your business has been adversely affected by the pandemic and that you intend to continue trading to get the money. Now, if you can't get enough for various reasons, there are other sources of help that you can go to. Millions of people have been applying for a bounce-back loan. They're the loans that are directed particularly at small businesses. You can get up to £50,000, 100% guaranteed by the government, so lots of banks are offering them with no interest or repayments due for the first year. And hearing from lots of small businesses who are finding the combination of that, the self-employment income support scheme, and also other forbearance measures, like for example asking your mortgage lender for a payment holiday. You can also do that with credit card companies and now car finance companies. It's giving people the breathing space they need to get by.
Claire, thank you so much. That's Claire Barrett, personal finance editor of the Financial Times, who's been with us week after week following the government's efforts to help all sorts of people in the workplace, self-employed and others. That's tonight's update. Don't forget Nick Ferrari's Coronavirus podcast. You get it on Global Player, of course, and wherever else you get your podcasts. And if you join us late and you've missed the government news briefing of an evening, don't worry, you can listen back to the Eddie Mayer Show podcast on Global Player and elsewhere, and you can catch up with everything the government is saying and their responses to questions from the public and from the media. I'll be back on Monday at 4. Have a great weekend. Andy Pierce with you tonight from 7. Next on LBC, Rachel Johnson.
Thanks, Eddie. Good evening. This is Rachel Johnson. We'll have more on that government briefing in a moment. From the beginning of next month, the government wants some children in England back at school. But with unions pushing back and Liverpool's authorities also not playing ball, where do you stand? Both parent and teacher bodies are divided, but the Education Secretary says it's their duty to get children back into the classroom. Never thought I'd say this. I agree with Gavin Williamson. How much more education will the least advantaged children miss out on while schools remain closed? Are you worried about kids going to school or, like me, them not going to school? The experts say it can be done safely and other countries are doing it. What are we waiting for? That's with me, Rachel Johnson, next.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom, I'm Tim Humphrey. Government scientists say the spread of coronavirus may have risen in the last week. They want the R rate, which indicates how many other people a coronavirus patient infects, to be below 1. Data from tonight's briefing at Downing Street shows it's somewhere between 0.7 and 1. Last week it was between 0.5 and 0.9. Deputy Chief Medical Officer Dr. Jenny Harries told the briefing that the number is probably at its highest in hospitals and care homes.
This is very much a national average, but it's quite likely in the community across the country that where people have been working really hard on the social distancing measures, that our value will be lower. This is an average across the country.
And that's what it usually takes, sometimes just workers to have an idea to start something and then it just, falls out, falls over, whatever, carries on. And that's just completely what happened here because, we had a plan, we had a schedule, we started working, we started doing our stuff. I told you guys, look, we're doing this, and you guys were like, yes, we're doing it. And you guys just literally picked up my dream and you just took it even further. And I can't thank you enough for it. I hope you're aware, all of you. I hope you're sitting there thinking, feeling really proud of yourself, knowing that I did this. You did this. And Doctor, thank you for the follow, Doctor. Still checking for all those perks. T-Bug, thank you for those perks as well. And how are you guys? How are you, Doctor? Sorry, I'm just here giving speeches. That's why she just followed me. A speech person, speech writer. Yeah. No depression. I did.
Thanks for the follow back.
I was gonna say we were in the middle of that intersection there for ages. For ages. And the image thing, I'm gonna like turn it on every like 20 minutes or so because I have this phobia now. It's literally like a phobia. To keep the stream clean, like even the bar at the top is like too much. That's too much. Might take it off. It's real much. Hey, let's stop it. I need to stop somewhere. Who joined me? Did anybody join me? Did anyone say Bertha? Did anyone say you're gonna join me? What am I even doing? Let's do something. Oh, wait, the Alien War. Yeah, last time I was talking about GTA, I was talking about the Alien War. The Alien War is meant to be on today. I don't even know. Whoa. You okay there, buddy? There's plenty of aliens in this lobby, but are they gathered anywhere? No.
Call 0345 6060 973. This is LBC.
Good evening. You're listening to me, Rachel Johnson.
I think it's just having the luck to be in like random lobbies or something. Oh, sorry, my chat got completely stuck. My chat got so stuck. Motivational speaker. I don't know. Would I be a good motivational speaker? I don't think so, because I'd just mess it up and say some weird stuff in the middle. Give me a second. I really need to blow my trumpet.
Text 84850. This is LBC.
Yes, good evening. This is
Anybody who's new to the channel and hears me say I need to blow my trumpet, they'll be like, what? Just blow your trumpet halfway through the stream? No, my nose. My nose really. Yeah, never mind. The waterfalls. I figured, seeing as I was following you on Twitter, I'd make sure I was following on here too. Hey, Doctor, thank you so much for stopping by, honestly. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I really love your logo, by the way. It looks really cool. Is it your logo or is it just a random picture? Sorry, I assumed it was yours. Anyway, let me scroll down. Eric, hi! Eric, hello! Sorry, I get too excited. I was thanking you so much for the host earlier, and I'm saying how amazing you and your beautiful family are. I'm driving this old, like, school BMW. It's meant to be the ultimate BMW. It's one of my favorite cars in real life. It's really, really nice. Right, I said I'm joining a couple of minutes. Okay, no problem. Sure. Got a notification saying your stream is gonna put for a little minute. Anywho, gotta get back onto my own stream now. Hey, Doctor, thank you so much for stopping by to say hi. I hope you have a wonderful day. And I wish you all the best stuff. And like I always say to everyone, if you ever see us on a game that you play as well, you play a lot of stuff here. Or if you ever want to chill or need anything, you know, we're here. Just stop by. Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, it's a huge subject, but sort of break it down. For a start, the government's only proposing baby steps, reception year 1, year 6 and nurseries. It's not an enormous change. In terms of the economics, you know, education is an Allen key that could unlock so many sectors of the economy. Jenny Harries has just said that the health risks of children going back to school are minimal. Socially, she also stressed the wider health risks to children of delaying their education actually will cascade throughout their lives. Teachers are key workers. Teaching is a public duty. I do think they should be back out there. Otherwise, I fear that we'll have the private school kids with their wraparound online Zoom tutorials from their teachers, and we'll maybe have state school children who don't get more than, let's say, 1 call a week, maybe 1 call a day from their teacher. They're losing contact, they're losing learning. I think education is a total priority to get the economy started, to get children back into the swing of things. But you may think none of the above matters, and life has to be 100% safe before it can be lived. So my question to you tonight, are you scared about kids going back to school, or more worried if they don't? Call 0345 6060 973, tweet at LBC and text 84850. I'll get to your calls in just a moment, but first, let's get more reaction to that government press conference this evening. LBC's senior reporter Matthew Thompson joins us. Matthew, what were the headlines tonight? Care homes?
Yes, I mean, care homes was front and centre really tonight, Rachel, not least because the briefing was led by Matt Hancock, the Health and Social Care Secretary, but also because we've had some fairly extraordinary data out today from the Office for National Statistics, which is really in overdrive at the moment, churning out some really useful information to help us all try and make sense of this crisis. And they found that around a third of coronavirus deaths so far are care home residents, a staggering number of people. And so naturally, government's response to care homes that was front and centre of Matt Hancock's pitch, if you like, was the question from journalists. And that's defending the government's response to care homes. He said that they tried to throw a protective ribbon around care homes. He talked about the millions of pounds that had been made available to care homes. He talked about extra infection control procedures. He gave a guarantee that the government was now going to test everyone, both staff and residents in the care homes, between now and early June, that there would be clinical leads in place in all care homes to manage any medical concerns. And that is, of course, Rachel, all very welcome and very true, but the questions remain. Is it all too little too late? He says, you know, the government tests every resident returning from hospital. Yes, of course they do, but they've only done that, for example, since the 15th of April, well into the crisis. Yes, the clinical leads are supposed to be in place at many care homes, but the deadline is supposed to be today, and already care homes are reporting that they haven't got one yet. So the legitimate questions remain over the government's record. Was it too quick, or was it not quick enough to put that protective ring around care homes? Even
Pretty funny, actually.
lots of good work is being done by the president.
And that relates to the uptick in the R number, doesn't it? Because, I mean, the government talks about shielding care homes, but care home workers do go out into the community, and that causes, I mean, can you explain that?
Yes, so the R number is the rate of infection. The number of people that we want to infect a person will go on to infect. In order for the epidemic to shrink, it has to be so that every person has to infect less than one person. The R number is assessed today as being higher than it was a week ago. A week ago, we thought it was between 0.5 and 0.9. Today, SAGE, the Government Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies, says that that number is higher. It's between 0.7 and 1. Now, it's still below 1, which is good, but it's higher than we thought. And part of the reason for that is because in care homes and hospitals, infecting or spreading at a faster rate than it is in the wider community. So there is a risk that those faster epidemics in care homes and hospitals can then be seeded into wider population community spread. But all the is just the rate of infection, so it can be artificially, if you like, raised by small outbreaks such as those in care homes and hospitals. What we really need to look at is in combination with the prevalence of infections, how many people actually have it. Because as you can imagine, R being 1 with 1,000 people infected is a very different and much less dangerous situation than R being 1 with 100,000 people.
Matthew, Jenny Harries did seem to downplay the risks of children going back to school, didn't she? And so what about schools? With the unions and government advisors meeting today, where are we?
Yes, she very much did, didn't she? And I think one of the things that's worth bearing in mind as you go on to have this discussion, hopefully for the next hour or so, Rachel, is that she said, you know, if you bear in mind that currently 1 in 400 or so people we think are infected with coronavirus, and that number is reducing every day. By the time that schools may open in a few weeks' time, 1st of June, it could be half.
Well, it's fair to assume.
Your school of, let's say, 800 pupils having any cases at all is small. So the risk, she says, in terms of infections is small. Also, we know from clinical data that children are much less affected by this anyway, so they're less likely to get sick. But nonetheless, there is a raging debate between the government and particularly the teaching unions, as well as many teachers and parents, about whether it's now safe. And they've had a meeting today between teachers' unions and scientific advisors
do that later.
You're a teacher. And what age are what's the cohort age? So reception's one of the year groups that's supposed to be going back, but don't you think it's important that your daughter gets, I mean, it's been assessed in education and otherwise she could be out of school from March to September.
Yeah. I look dumb.
I'm sure you've pulled your weight at home, but do you think she wants the kids to go back
Who is she thinking?
and get on with other things, or she thinks education, they have to get back into school? Does she work?
Shit.
Thank you so much, John. How are you feeling about going back to school, or kids in general going back to school? 0345 6060 973.
Battery.
It's 6:15. Time for the news headlines with Tim Humphrey.
Scientific advice to ministers says the coronavirus infection rate in the UK has risen over the last week. The Health Secretary says the R rate, which measures how many other people a COVID-19 patient infects, is still below 1. The teaching union says it still has questions that need to be answered about the reopening of classrooms in England from next month. And the weather, showers in the north tonight, but clearer further south with a lower fog.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave. Golf is very slow in Childs Hill on the A41 Finchley Road northbound. It's partly blocked because of a breakdown at Fortune Green Road. In Watford, Brookdean Avenue is closed in both directions in Oxley Hall. That's because of accident investigation where that continues. In Wandsworth on Putney Bridge Road southbound, there's a lane closed at the A3 Armoury Way. That's where the sinkhole has opened up. It's looking heavy on the M25.
A sinkhole.
Junctions N for the A3. In Greenwich, it's also looking very slow now on the A102 northbound approaching the Blackwall Tunnel entrance. And the tube is central and north city roads.
And some of our most advanced features, including a 10-inch digital cockpit and smart assistant systems like lane departure. Picture what that Audi looks like. Now think
Smaller.
the Audi A1. It's not a small car, it's a small Audi. Visit audi.co.uk.
I could have sworn I turned the radio down.
This is LBC.
This is a message from the government about the emergency measures to support the economy during the period of disruption caused by the coronavirus. To help you, your business and your workers affected, we can business regulations, statutory sick leave, as well as the coronavirus job retention and self-employment income support schemes. For information, go to gov.uk/support.
I think I get it. It's just these two here. Same note. That's the same note. one day we'll get it. Ugh. If I had like a bassy MIDI thing, then I could do a lot more with that, but nah. What am I doing? Alright. Oh, I've put the radio back on now anyway. No! Ah, yeah. There we go. Yeah! Ooh, that would have been a bad idea. Ah, Jesus. Oh, we don't have a lot of them here.
I've seen the guidance from the government on opening up primary schools, and I have to say you've got your work cut out for you to get schools ready by June 1st in terms of sort of different
Ow. Oh. Damn it. Can't be bothered to get up and get a drink, but I need a drink. I would steal some of my girlfriend, but it's really sweet. She makes her squash like super sweet. Yeah. Firebox. 10% off isolation essentials. Going out, staying in. I'm definitely staying in. Delete. Firebox are a brilliant website. Oh, excuse me. Stream now is not there. Oh! No, what am I doing? I get sidetracked so easily. I'll play mobile phone games later. There we go. Actually, no, later we're playing Minecraft. Although that won't be for too long, that'll be for about 3 hours maybe. Almost forgot what I was doing on my Minecraft world. Oh, to anyone that's watching me, could you tell me if my voice is louder than the game, or if the game too loud? Is my voice too loud? Because I never know. If there's anyone there that's feeling confident enough to tell me, I need to shut up. You're too loud, shut the fuck up. Excuse me. Bing bong bong. Oh, I thought I didn't think she was ready to attack again yet. So I'm just waiting there, like, eh. Although definitely need to go back to the little inn because her MP has got. Oh, that's the only thing I hate about this little bit here. I grind around in this area, and when I want to come out, I go up. I hold up. I always get stuck on that stupid slide. I just wish I could straight in. Yeah, please come again. For 10 gil, I'd rather pay 10 gil than use potions and stuff because I've got 41,000 gil, plenty of money for this stage of the game, and you get well over 100 gil, sometimes 200 or 300 for each battle in this area. So it just makes sense every time to go there and recharge.
Tell me, if you're a parent, how are you feeling about the prospect of your child potentially not returning to school until September? You're listening to Rachel Johnson on LBC at 6:30. Time for the news.
The R rate of infection, which measures how many other people a coronavirus patient infects, has risen since last week. The Health Secretary says it's still below the key figure of 1. A teaching union has warned no school should reopen until ministers demonstrated safe to do so. The NASUWT says a meeting with government advisors about getting classrooms back up and running next month raised all questions and answers. Donald Trump says the US government is giving $10 billion to research a coronavirus.
Warm it down. Told you I get distracted so easily.
Whether you're keeping the family entertained at home or staying close to loved ones far away, that's why we've lowered the price of our fastest broadband to just £22.95 a month. So switch to Vodafone Superfast Broadband and stay connected for less. Available online today, keeping the UK connected. Ready? Vodafone.
24-month contract credit check acceptance and price rise may apply. Superfast average speeds from 35 megabits per second. Vodafone.co.uk/broadband.
When your tenants have a burst pipe, superheroes crashing through the wall isn't going to help anyone. Direct Line Landlord Emergency Energy Policy recommends to send a rather super plumber in 4 hours, depending on who rings the doorbell. We can also assemble locksmiths, glaziers, electricians and drainage engineers. So Direct Line Landlord Emergency. Direct Line. Residential properties. Optional added price £1,000. Extreme conditions.
statutory sick pay relief packages, as well as the coronavirus job retention and self-employment income support schemes. For information, go to gov.uk/business-support now.
At Lloyds Bank, we know that money is a concern for a lot of people during this time.
I'm really worried about business. I'm worried about you. And I think that's changing me. I'm worried that somewhere along the line you won't help me anymore.
Oh, that's not true. Whatever's playing on your mind at the moment, Lloyds Bank, in partnership with Mental Health UK, can offer you support and advice. Visit lloydsbank.com/mentalhealth.
Rachel Johnson on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Tell me, how are you feeling about the prospect of your child returning to school? Or are you like me worried about kids potentially missing out on their education till September? 0345 6060 973. Education unions are saying that schools shouldn't reopen, despite meeting with government scientists today. In Liverpool, the city's mayor, Joe Anderson, says he wants certainty before allowing schools to reopen. Let's have a listen.
Very much for that follow. And I promise I'll follow you back around 8 o'clock EST time tonight. Thank you so much for that follow. And if you feel like coming in, just let us know. We'll bring you right in. Well, if you enjoyed just a few, that's fine too. You know, have any questions? We got a raffle going on right now. You got to type in all in one word, Sailor Love. All one word. Sailor Love. You don't need an explanation for it or anything. Just Sailor Love. I'm going to put you right into the raffle. It's for 600, and then I'm going to add an extra too. Oh, I'll teach you, man. I'll send you the, I'll paste, after this race, I'll paste the link in here. You go out to it. Use whatever, use your regular tagger name. And you become part of the Discord. And then I'll teach you how to do it. Oh, man, he had a glitch. He had a glitch. That's exactly what happened. Every once in a while, Dennis gets a glitch.
Because you've got devolved governments, you've got local education authorities, you've got city mayors, all of them have a view. And if you did a word cloud from what Joe Anderson said, it would have health and safety, it would have secure, it would have safe, and it was safe to do so. Clearly, he feels in Liverpool that safety is paramount. My own answer, as ever in this whole debate,
Oh. Didn't think it'd be powerful enough to kill it.
is to experience and enjoy and suffer risk. We've got to decide whether it's worth the risk. I'm going to take
That's one, walk two. And it worked. He's an exceptional Tyranitar.
Sorry, you didn't say that. I don't think you said that. If you did say that, then forgive me, I didn't hear you say that. That's very important because, yes, I mean, 1 in 4, something like that, of mortality rate of sustainability is diabetes. So,
One, walk two, I'll do it.
Yo, put the whole egg in your mouth.
Yep, he's done it.
If you can do that without.
as a possible organ donor when they die. Organ donation remains your choice. Whatever you decide, please register your decision and ensure you tell your friends and family. To find out more, or for the choice to opt out, visit organdonation.nhs.uk.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Rachel Johnson.
You're listening to Rachel Johnson on LBC. How are you feeling about kids going back to school? 0345 6060 973. Lucy's called from Reigate. Good evening, Lucy. How are you feeling?
Hi, Rachel.
There we go. Right, okay.
It's not cut and dry whether kids should return or not. I've got three children. I'm a single mum and then I work from home. None of my three children are in the same
Oh, excuse me.
due to return to school very soon, and the schools are having meetings and keeping my business afloat because of the uncertainty.
Oh, shit. Oh, why did I just do that? Oh, freaking idiot. Oh, trick though. Oh, wow, okay.
If the schools, I know that your children, the age groups aren't necessarily going back in June, but if they were, would you send them? It does sound stressful.
Check out Great Days. I know, guys, on request, I want to check out a song real quick. I want to check out the, I want you guys to see how crazy this dude Push It. I need you to see how crazy the new singer is for Static X. How much he literally looks like that girl got boobies, man. It's like her boobies, look. She's grabbing her nips, like real tight. Yo, that System of a Down is one of the bands I never got to see that I'm very upset about. Alright, we're gonna watch him do it live, right? Let's watch Ozfest. Let's watch Static X do it live, and then we'll watch the new dude. We'll watch the new guy. So you can, we're not gonna do the whole thing. Step into a Slim Jim. Am I right? You guys know what song this is, right? Push it. I like the way he does it. I love that right there. It's so good. He said he'll do it right here, I think. You love it, it's Psycho. There you go. How does it stay up? How does it stay up? Yo, Daddy, with the 200 Empress, baby, keep up the great content. Well, thank you very much. Yo, Packers girl, with the subscription, welcome to the insane members of the Disciple. What years? I don't know, dude. I said 2000. This is the year we graduated from Disciple. 20 years ago. That note right there, I love that. Alright, so that's them back in the day, right? So now I want you to see the new Wayne Static, and some people are kind of upset about it, but look, they asked permission from his family first. This was actually his family's idea. Just so you know. And the lead singer is actually the lead singer of Dope. Okay, if you've never heard Dope, Dope's a great band too. It's the lead singer of Dope. And he did, okay, so just watch, man. It's crazy.
I'm here and sing to all of you tonight. I am only here for one reason, and that is to help you celebrate 20 years of Wisconsin Death Trip and to pay respect to my old friend and your hero, Mr. Wayne fucking Static. Thank you guys so much.
It's so good. It's so good.
And seriously, this would not have happened with all of you, man. So you guys are the real hero behind all of this. So again, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you so much for coming out. And let's raise a drink, raise a glass, raise a beer, raise your hands, and let's remember all the good times we had with our good friend Wayne and all of you.
I love
so
this
much
story.
for coming
From
out.
Avery, bro.
Salute.
I love that song. It's so good. It blows my mind.
So give me the one out, right? You forget one? Oh yeah, that's right, huh? Tell Zero. You guys want to hear one more? Baltimore. This one's called Push It.
Come on, baby.
That's crazy. That is crazy. Yo, comment, Daddy with the subscription, baby. Welcome to the Insane Members of the Inside. Thank you very much. Yo, Camaro with the 100 embers. What's going on, you crazy fools? Hope everyone's having an amazing day. Absolutely. Yeah, guys, if you don't know, I don't know. Now, I don't know if they came back and he's just being him now. I don't think so. I think this was just like a tour they went on for a 20-year celebration. It was just 20 years. It was a tribute for 20 years, right? I don't think he's with them all the time. But if he was, holy crap, man. Just like the only, when they did the Linkin Park, the Chester tribute, did y'all see that? Where they had a bunch of bands sing Linkin Park songs. So they had Bush, freaking Gavin Rosdale. Miss Psycho, let's be honest though, Miss Psycho, be honest. Was it? Be honest. Was it? Because hearing these singers try, only one person did them justice. One. And it was the only person that didn't even get to practice before the show because they had delays on their flight. And I'm going to tell you right now, if Linkin Park decided to get back together, they could take this guy. And I would be absolutely okay with it. It's the singer from Sum 41. He was look up the Sum 41 guy was the only one. Dude, the Gavin Rosdale one, I don't even think he knew the lyrics. I don't think he knew the lyrics, man. I just think he was like, sure, Chester, sure, I'll be in front of people singing a song that they made that I've never heard of. I don't think he knew the lyrics. And it was terrible. Can you add him? No, Miss Psycho, I don't know who he is. He might be some weirdo. So yeah, let's look up Sum 41. Is that what it's Fate? Was that the name of the song that he did? Okay. Linkin Park cover.
We have a very, very special guest with us tonight. Say hello to Mr. Mike Shinoda.
I mean, it was okay. The grinding pool was okay. It was okay. It wasn't terrible. A little bit of disregard, a handful of complaints. Everyone can see me. God, I love this song. It's like, take it back, but you always do. And I'm not. You're all black, yeah. He's the closest one.
Oh. Okay, you know what?
Yo, Doctor, I feel you, man. I feel you, bro. Seeing Korn was fantastic for me, man. And Slipknot was amazing. Listen to him growl. Listen.
because their parents were shitty parents. It's like, oh! Oh! Yo, they dropping it low on that one, man. Yo, Rich with the 50, Evans, thank you very much. But he didn't do the screaming part. I've heard him do it, though. You ready, Miss Psycho? No, he only did that one thing. Yeah, he did. He only did it once. Yes, he did. I'm looking at the stat. He only said it once. Alright, no, that one didn't do it justice. That one did not do it. There's a...
Oh boy. I get distracted way too easily on here.
This is a message from the government about the emergency measures to support the economy during the period of disruption caused by the coronavirus. To help you, your business, and your workers affected, you can apply for cash grants, business rate holidays, statutory sick pay relief packages, as well as the coronavirus job retention and self-employment income support schemes. For information, go to gov.uk/business-support now.
Andrew Pierce on LVC. Call 0345 6060 973.
So talking about schools, June the 1st, it's coming very quickly, isn't it? The British Medical Association said they think it's too early to reopen schools. The Education Secretary, Gavin Williamson, says, of course, that schools have all the guidance and support they need. And the National Education Union's Kevin Courtney, who's the Joint General Secretary, that's the largest teachers union, 444,000 members, said it's unclear what measures would mean. Says there are unanswered questions about the safety of opening primary schools from June the 1st. Well, if you are a parent, how worried are you about sending your little one back to school on June the 1st? Perhaps you just won't do it. Government said people won't be fined if they do not send their children back to school. If you work in a school, how reassured are you? We know this Friday, PPE will make its expression now. Personal protective equipment is needed.
Oh. Hang on.
Professor, good evening to you. Well, shouldn't we be pretty delighted in London that we suppressed
Bing
the
bong.
spread of the infection and was at the epicenter of the infection that we now appear to be getting rid of?
Good evening, Andrew. I mean, obviously the figures from the UK authorities do indicate it's lifted the technical contact. London Police indicate from the UK guidelines peak first in conducting now investigation. The level of
Come on, man.
an estimated
Oh, come on.
9,000
How long is it gonna take?
in different parts of the country. They vary in different communities and subsectors of the population, and it cannot be measured directly. So it's something there's certain uncertainty about its behaviour. But certainly, in terms of London and South East, there seems to be a less number of cases, and we see this with a lot of epidemics that hit the UK every year. In fact, that some parts of the country it comes early and it goes other parts, and there's a permeation of the infection across the country. So
Is there any evidence that the northeast of England is still stubbornly seeing infections at a high rate? It is the most infected part of England at the moment, and I know the town of Barrow in Furness is the most infected town, and that's way up north. 4,000 new infections daily in this.
across the northeast.
Right, a bit further up, is it? Yeah.
Yeah. And Scotland as well, but this is what happens often with disease. They just take a period of time spreading patterns across the country. And I think that's what we're seeing. I don't think it's any special case about the northeast of the UK. I think the key thing is we're starting to see we are losing 2,000-3,000 cases of cases a day. It doesn't matter which part of the country, but what we really need to
Turn it off.
For a 12-month business insurance policy, give your business the insurance it needs right now with Digital Risks Online. Fully customized cover that you can add to as your business grows or change if your business evolves without any penalties. Digital Risks, award-winning pay-by-the-month business insurance for modern, fast-changing times. Get your online quote in. It's Digital Risk.
We've been low again. Join the join taking things out.
Don't you start being funny on me. I'm only streaming for another 10-15 minutes. You are gonna. Not now. Why? You've been good all stream. Oh god, that's looking horrible. Oh, okay, that seemed to fix it. Okay. Well, if I get that problem again, just take it out and put it back in again. Hey. Oh, when did I get that? Oh my god. I obviously didn't pay attention. Oh my god, you fucking dickhead. That's the only reason I've been doing that. Oh, what a prick. What a prick. Oh well. Let's have play it slightly. Now I've got to take damage. Not this one though. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, bing, bing. Bing bong, bing bong, bing bong bong. Wah, wah, wah. Bum, bum, bum. Wah, wah, wah. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-da, 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 bum, bum. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. Bum, 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 bum. Bum bum bumpity 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 boo. Oh, go on then. Mmm. Oh, straight off the bat, wow. Oh yeah, because she's going up levels now.
We'll do one more round of this. Cash. I have a high enough level to get ranked back. Oh. Yeah, I'm on rank. I have it. Anyway, back to the game. We're gonna kill it. This one, we're gonna get it. We got Nutty Cookie on our team.
Oh, did I just see that? Yeah, finally. Oh, thank God for that. The limit grind is over. Well, until I get a new freaking character, until Red 13. Oh, that's gonna be joyful. Bing, 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 bing. At least when I get Red 13, I'll be in the Shinra building, so yeah. Oh, so every single character I have now, Cloud, Tifa, Barrett, and Edith, I've got all their limit breaks, apart from level 4. But, you know, you don't get those until a little while later. Well, I'm going to save it here, and then get things set up, because I'm going to be playing Minecraft in a little bit. That one. Alright, well that was an interesting stream. Had a few people pop in. Well, no, I had a few follows and a few chats with other people, but that was that.